Lepas apa dah pun saya, finish.
The two of you?
First period is
Today for you?
no.
First is physics. So this used to be Lobo Madam's lecture.
Yeah.
I'm actually filling in for somebody, I don't know. So I think Arya is connected. What should we do? Other students expected? Expected, right? Once. Okay, Chalo, so the last topic that we discussed in the last class, okay, that was red color of sun, like it's anyway not in the syllabus, right? So Tyndall effect is related to that. Okay, so you need not worry about it. But still, if you want any doubt clearance on that, I can do that. So I think today this chapter will be. This chapter is already over, right?
Yeah.
So let's begin with the questions. Okay, so we've already done everything. Right. So let's start with previous board questions. Then we will take up some NCRT questions, right? So very few numericals in this, right? So let's start with previous board questions on page 78. So read.
Like given below, accept one and the edit colors of the spectrum of light. Like The color of sky represents
So there are 4 dot questions. You have to answer them. So color of Y represents the red color, right?
yeah.
So right on top, but the prism is inverted. So the less band is red, right? So write down. Y represents the red. Then following questions. Color of sky.
Black.
Blue, no, as during the day.
No, color of sky is from the moon. Black.
First. Yeah. So color of the sky as seen from the earth. Come. So we are discussing previous year board questions on page 78 of your volume. The first question. The color of Y represents red color in the prism. Then the color of sky as seen from the earth during the day is blue. The next question is color of sky as seen from the moon is black. Because what's the reason? No atmosphere to it. Yeah. Correct. So next question is color used to paint the danger signal.
Red.
Red. Again, Shraddha not expected today. So she will join us in some time after she is. Now, color used to paint the danger signals. Which color? Red. Color of sun at the time of noon. Yes, Arya, what should be color of sun at the time of noon?
White.
Arya. Question number?
No idea.
No idea. So color of sun at the time of noon is white because sun is at the top, and when it is at the top, there is not much scattering when sunlight travels through the atmosphere. Only short distance it travels, right? Remember this? This diagram.
Yes.
So sun at top and sun near the horizon at the morning. So what will observer see? When sun is at the top, sunlight travels only this much distance, very short distance. Right? Here is the observer. And during the morning time, it travels big distance as compared to this. So here a lot of scattering takes place. So only red light reaches it. But here almost all the light reach because very little scattering chance. So it is white. The answer is white. Okay. For the last question, last part of first question. Okay. I think there is some issue with the numbering of the question. Okay. So it's a second question in that you can take. Color of sky as seen from earth during the day. Mark it as second question. Right. Now, case on a sunny day, Krish looked at the sky through a water fountain and was surprised to see a rainbow in the sky. The rainbow is shown. Now, let's answer the rainbow question. Mark it as question number 3. This case question. Case is question number 3. This is question number 2. Okay. Give me the pen. I will also. Do you have any spare pen? Pencil. A pencil here. Okay, let's discuss. So we're calling this as question 2, this is question 3. So question 3, sub question 1. The location of sun when Chris observed a rainbow was behind him. A. The phenomena of light involved in the formation of rainbow are
reflection, dispersion, refraction.
so you have reflection. No, not B. It is B says internal refraction. Reflection, dispersion, scattering. No. Dispersion, scattering, internal reflection. Dispersion, scattering. No. So I think A is the most appropriate because it says reflection, refraction, dispersion. Okay. So reflection, of course, has to be internal reflection because there is no scattering involved. So, second sub question answer should be A. Now, in the formation of rainbow, the role of water droplets present in the water fountain is to act as a prism, small prism. Yeah. So, third subpart answer is prism, D. 4. While entering a water droplet, the sunlight gets
The assumption is first refracted, then dispersed by control.
yes, option C.
First treatment.
C. First refracted and dispersed inside the prism itself, not after coming out of the prism.
It is wine comes out.
Refraction and dispersion happens inside the drop. It's a simultaneous process. Dispersed while coming out, nahi. Inside itself the colors have split. So it's a tricky one actually. Huh? But if you look at the description given in the textbook, it says refracted and dispersed. It doesn't say while coming out of the water. Okay. So the splitting of color happens right within the. You see two colors no inside the water drop, not two, 7. Red on top and violet at the bottom. So it is happening before it comes out. Okay. So according to me, I'll go with C. Mark C, I think.
So they have written the refract, disperse, and incident sunlight reflected internally and refracted again while coming out.
That's in the note. What is in the textbook?
That's in the textbook.
In the textbook?
Yeah, page number 76.
This is YouTube only.
Oh.
One second. One second. Let's go as per what is given in the textbook. You have a textbook? Anybody? Nobody's got a textbook. So some questions are so when they come out, no, while coming out, it is refraction, not dispersion. What happens? Remember, when they come out of the prism, only refraction happens, no dispersion happens while coming out. See what is given in the textbook. Read this. They refract, read this. Read full. While coming out, refraction happens. So answer should be C. Now let us understand. So what happens here at this point? Refraction and dispersion. Here it is happening. The splitting of colors take place at this point. Okay, at this point, what is happening? Internal reflection. I had explained this. Internal refraction. Oh, sorry, reflection. Internal reflection. Okay, at this point, what is happening now? It is again refraction only. Here, while coming out, it is refraction, not dispersion. Whatever color splitting happened, it happened here. Okay, so it is only refraction here. Why refraction? These rays are bending further away from the norm. That's why. So the correct answer would be C. Okay. So for question 3, sub question 3, the correct answer should be sub question 4. Correct answer is refracted and dispersed. Okay. Yeah. Give me a minute. All right. Now, so I thought about your question that you asked yesterday. How can
Sir,
yes?
can you repeat the answer?
For which question?
The last one.
For read the question. While entering a water droplet, the sunlight.
Yes, sir.
Okay, while entering a water droplet, the sunlight gets refracted and dispersed. C.
Okay, sir.
C1. Okay.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. So, what's your name? Yeah. So Aditya asked one question yesterday. So no student had asked that question earlier. So I never thought about it. But let's see. So the question was, how can I suffer with hypermetropia and myopia at the same time? Metropia and myopia. How? At same time, right? This was the question. So I'm just thinking that this could be a possible answer, right? So what was hypermetropia? What was the cause? Let's put down the causes. Cause is flattened eyeball. Yeah, flattened eyeball. So that was the first condition. The second would be the long focal length, right? Because in hypermetropia, far objects are seen clearly, but near objects, the image forms behind the retina, right? So it has a long focal length.
Full time before name?
Yeah.
Aryan.
Okay. And here, what are the conditions? So causes are placed. What are the causes for myopia? So there are two causes here also. Elongated eyeball. Right. And second is excessive curvature, that is short focal length, right? So in the textbook it is written excessive curvature for this, and here they have given long focal length. That's why I'm using the same thing, right? So excessive curvature means short focal curvature. Excessive curvature, that is short focal. Right. So there could be eye with this and this. So it's possible. Right. The elongation and flattening is distinct, but there could be an elongated eyeball with a long focal length. or there could be a flattened eyeball with a very excessive curvature. This is also possible. So when you have these possibilities, right, then there is a existence of both. So this is the only possible explanation which I can think of. Right? So this is possible. So even though the eyeball is flattened, okay, it is flattened like this. But the curvature is, it is so curved that it is still not able to, form the image on the flattened eyeball. Then it is possible. Yes. That is the only possibility we can think of from the given causes. Otherwise, no. Okay. And on Twinkle effect, actually don't bother. It's not in the syllabus because rise of color and sun, red color at sunrise and sunset. Okay.
Can it be that one eye is hypermetropic and one is white?
I don't know. There could be, see, anything is possible. There could be possibility. Why not? See, after accident, everything can be done. So this second thing is this Twinkle effect and all. It was taught in 9th also. Yeah, it is in 9th. Solutions and all. Chemistry. So Twinkle effect was basically explained to explain the red color of sun, right? Color of sun at sunrise and sunset. Right? Twinkle effect was basically used to explain that, the phenomenon of scattering. But that thing itself is out of motion now. But if you still want to understand, because last lecture I explained in a hurry, so do you have any questions with regard to Twinkle effect? It is clear, right? See, basically what happens when the light enters the solution, and if the solution is colloidal, so colloidal solution is not a true solution. It has some suspended particles, right? So when a solution has suspended particles, and when light enters through it, so whenever light finds some particles, then scattering takes place. Now what is scattering? It's a irregular reflection or diffuse reflection, right? So those particles will bounce the light away, and those particles will then become visible. Like if there is a solution through a naked eye, colloidal particles are not visible, right? But when the light passes through it and when they reflect light, then the path of light is visible. When the path is visible, what does it mean? Those particles in the medium, they are visible. Is light visible means the particles are visible. Is that clear? So then what happens? Depending upon the size of the particle, I said, if the size is smaller, it will reflect smaller wavelength. So the blue starts coming out from all three sides of the container that we discussed in yesterday's experiment, right? So from where the light enters, that will look blue, sides are blue. So blue light is scattered. Now, whenever we have spectrum, it's like, it's like this. Pure. Right. So this side of the spectrum is called blue side of the spectrum. And this side of the spectrum is called red side. Okay. So the smaller wavelength means all these things, all these lights are gone, right? But which light will travel the maximum? It is the red one. So unless it finds some bigger particle to deflect it, right? It will not be deflected. Okay, so red keeps on traveling, and it is the red light which reaches the end. So that's why the screen which is kept in this experiment. I'll show you. Right. This one. Can you see this? Open textbook page 196. Okay. So when this light actually enters this solution, and we said that this beaker is rectangular kind of a beaker, it's not round, So from the three side, entering side and the left and right side, the blue light comes out. Okay. So most of the scattering of the blue light has taken place through the beaker. So what remains is only the red part of the spectrum. So when it goes from here, so initially it looks orange, right? But through scattering, even orange gets scattered and then finally it becomes red. That's what it says. Okay, so hope this is clear. And this has been explained basically to tell you why sun appears red in the morning, because now see, in the morning sun travels maximum distance through the atmosphere. So all the smaller color lights are scattered. So what reaches the observer is only red light. That's how it is explained. So this possibility happens only during sunrise and sunset, when the sunlight travels the maximum distance through the atmosphere. Is that clear? Okay, but don't bother, it's not in the syllabus, right? So what is the use of Twinkle effect? To check whether the solution is true or not. If it is true, when you pass a light through it, the path of light will not be visible. But if it has impurity, the path of light will be visible. So that is one application of Twinkle. Also during rainy season or when you are passing through thick forest, okay. So when the light enters the jungle, right, you see the path of light through the canopy. Okay, some small openings are there. Then you can see the path of sunlight. So basically inside house also. So you can see like dust particles, scatter light. So therefore the path of light is visible. Okay. So those are all examples of scattering out. Okay, let's come back to. You have any question, Arya?
No, sir.
Yeah. So I was answering some of Aditya's questions. So let's come back to page number 79 on volume. The question which came in year 2020. So draw a level diagram to show reddish appearance. So this is not in the syllabus, okay? And white appearance of sun at noon. So white appearance at sun.
So
it's not there. Okay, you can just. But I have explained anyway. So if this question comes, so you are ready to answer it. Okay, it's covered in theory. Question number 2, year 2020. Now come to year 2017 and 18. Name the phenomena responsible for the twinkling of stars in the sky. Yes, Arya? Arya, what is the phenomena responsible for twinkling of stars in the sky? Atmospheric refraction. Write down. It is the atmospheric refraction. Are you with us, Arya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is atmospheric refraction. Okay. Why does the sky appear dark instead of blue to an astronaut?
atmosphere to scatter the light.
Right. So because in space there is no atmosphere to scatter light, hence everything appears black. So no atmosphere to scatter light. That's why. Question number 5. A person needs lenses of power +2 diopter for the correction of his vision. Name the defect of the vision the person is suffering from. Yeah. So which lens is used? +2 means it is a converging lens, right? It is a converging or convex lens. So convex lens is used to correct hypermetropia. So it is converging lens, right? So write 2 causes of this defect. We have already mentioned what are the 2 causes of this defect. Long focal length of the lens. Okay. Flattened eyeball and long focal length of the lens. We are answering part A of the question. Now B, what is the nature and focal length of the corrective lens? So nature is convex, focal length is converging, convex, same thing. Converging. Convex is the name, but the job it does is converge. So the answer to the B is converging. So you write both converging, that is convex lens, like that. Converging, that is convex lens. And what is the focal length? 1/2 meter, 0.5 meter or 50 centimeter. So it is converging, that is convex lens. 50 centimeter, right? Because power is given, so plus 50 centimeter, right now. Okay. Question 6. A student is unable. Can we discuss question 6? Arya, keep giving me a thumbs up so that I know you are active. Yes. Okay. So we are discussing question 6A. A student is unable to see clearly the words written on the blackboard placed at a distance of approximately 3 meters from it. So name the defect of the vision the boy is suffering from. What is the defect? He can't see. He can't see far away. What is the defect, Arya? Myopia, correct. You can't see far away things. That means you can see near objects. That means the defect is myopia. State the possible causes of this defect and explain the method of correcting it. Yes, so these are the cause for myopia. How do you correct it? Using? Yes, so correction by concave lens. So you have to write concave lens of suitable focal length. Okay. So this is how you do correct it. Right now, okay, we have already answered question 6, part B. Why do stars twinkle? So it says explain. Okay, so stars twinkle due to atmospheric refraction, and then you have to explain what is the atmospheric refraction. So as the light coming from the star enter the atmosphere, it encounters less dense atmospheric layer. And as it reaches Earth, the density of the atmospheric layer keeps on increasing. Okay? Therefore, the entering sunlight keeps on bending towards the norm. And therefore, the observer feels the apparent position of star is actually above the actual position. But the atmosphere is dynamic, it is not a stationary medium. And therefore, the apparent position of the star keeps fluctuating due to variation of the density of atmospheric layers. Okay, so you have to explain it like this. So I think I have already covered it during theory. So can you do this? Can you frame the answers? Right, so it is covered in theory. Okay. Question 7. Write the function of each of the following parts of human eye. Cornea. So it is the first interface for the light to enter. Cornea. It's the outermost transparent covering to the eyeball. Okay. What is the function of cornea? Okay. So light enters the eye through thin membrane called cornea. Not the full eyeball, only the front. So it forms a transparent bulge on the front surface of the eyeball. Right? That's it. It only lets the light enter the eye. That's the function of cornea. And it covers the front portion of the eyeball. That's it. So that is cornea. What about iris?
Sir, it controls the size of pupil.
Yes, it controls the size of pupil. Okay, that means aperture. What is the size of pupil? Aperture. The amount of light that will enter in the eye is controlled by iris muscles. Correct. Then crystalline lens. Yes. So it is the eye lens. The crystalline lens is the eye lens. What it does, it converges the incoming light on retina, where the image is formed, right? So that is the job of crystalline lens, to converge the incoming light on retina. What about ciliary muscle?
Holds the crystalline lens and accommodates.
Yes. Right. So the ciliary muscle basically controls the focal length of the crystalline lens, right? That is it. It is responsible for accommodation of eye. Okay. It is ciliary muscle is responsible for accommodation of eye, accommodation of eye lens. Okay. So its focal length keeps on changing depending upon the object position. If it is at infinity, the focal length is long. If the object is near, then the focal length is short. So this is achieved by action of ciliary muscles. So we have already explained it in detail. Okay. Right. Let's take one more set of questions, which is 2016-17. So somebody read.
Due to gradual weakening of the ciliary muscle and decreasing flexibility of the eyelids, a certain defect of vision arises. Write the name of the defect in the type of lens required by such persons to improve the vision, explain structure and function of such lenses.
Who will answer question 9? Yeah, try.
It is called presbyopia.
Yes.
Different associated age, in which mostly is the case of hypermetropia, but sometimes a person has both hypermetropia and myopia.
No. When presbyopia, don't bring myopia. It is written.
Yes, in some cases, both the eye myopia and
This is not related to presbyopia. It's different topic.
it's written in the model.
That's a different para. See, the presbyopia, there is a short para, right? Okay. Acha, it's written there. Okay. Sometimes a person may suffer from both. So this is not related to presbyopia. Okay, it is an extended discussion. Now a person may suffer from myopia and hypermetropia, right? So it's debatable. See, it is talking. So till the person became old, his eyes were healthy. So he did not have neither myopia or hypermetropia. When he became old, the ciliary muscles got weak. Now ciliary muscles basically help you see the nearer objects, because anyway far away was, you don't need a strong ciliary muscle. Are you with me? So basically it is the old age hypermetropia, presbyopia. Okay. So then it is sometimes, now it is a general statement away from it. This is my understanding. Okay. Because if it is old age thing, then how myopia was there initially? Right? So this is what it is. But anyway, you are free to write it because they will grant you this, because it's confusing. The way it is laid out in the textbook, it is confusing. Okay, but when you read it in NCERT 12th, then it will become clear. So presbyopia, they have clearly said old age hypermetropy. Okay, and that's what my suggestion to you. Okay, so what is the answer? You say the disease is called presbyopia. So name of the defect, presbyopia. The type of lens required by such person to improve the vision is convex lens or converging. So explain the structure and function of such a lens. So structure is like what? It is convex lens. Okay, that's it. And it will form a real and inverted image at the retina. Okay. All right. Question 10. Who will read? Aditya.
Certain activities show that the color of one light split by a glass prism can be combined to get one light by another light in glass prism. Also, draw a diagram which shows the combination of the spectrum of one light.
Yeah. So what will you do? You will actually keep two inverted prisms.
And one is upright and one is vertical.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, one is this, and one is this. Okay. This is how it is. So what will you do? Every time, so this is every time the ray will bend towards the base. You should remember this. B dash, B dash. It will bend towards the base. Right? Now it will bend further. Now it will bend towards the base. Now where is my ray coming? Here. I just did a trick to draw it correctly, so this is how it is. Right, so red on top, violet below, red, violet, red, violet. Now white. So white enters from here, white comes up. So this is which question? Question 10. Okay, so we have already covered this in page, right? Question 11 also, any difficulty? Already discussed this. Okay, so 11 and 12. Any difficulty? Anybody? Arya? 12 also covered in detail in theory. So 13 also covered in theory. 14. State the function of the parts of human eye, pupil and optic nerve.
Pupil regulates the light angle in the eye and the retina.
Right.
And
Pupil regulates what?
amount of light angle.
Right.
And optic nerve regulates the information, the image.
Carries. Optic nerve carries the
Signals.
electrical signals
The brain.
to the brain, right? Because when retina receives the optical information, the cells inside retina convert that into electrical signal. That electrical signal is carried by optic nerve to the brain. Okay. So this also we have discussed. Question 15. Define the phenomenon of dispersion with the help of, we have already done this. Show dispersion of white light through glass prism. Mention the color that suffer maximum and minimum. So which color suffers maximum and minimum deviation?
Maximum value.
Yes, maximum deviation is violet, minimum is red. Then you have what is meant by scattering of light, state the relationship between wavelength of light and the size of particle causing the scattering. Yes. Scattering we have already explained. What is the relation between scattering and wavelength? Direct proportion. If the wavelength is small, right? No, inverse proportion. Sorry. If the wavelength is small, no. Yeah, it is direct proportion. Size. Wavelength is directly proportional to the size. Okay. Small particle will scatter small wavelength. Okay, there is a direct proportion. Right? Wavelength is proportional to the size of scatter. Scatter is that is particle. So it can get confusing at times. Okay, so calm down, just recall your knowledge and then establish the relation. Okay. So any doubt, anyone? Question 15, part A. State the relationship between wavelength of light and the size of particle. This is the relation, direct proportion. Right. Then state the reason for following observations recording from the surface of moon. Sky appears dark, rainbow never formed. So absence of atmosphere, first part, and absence of water. There is no water droplet, okay, in the moon atmosphere. So no light, so no scattering. Why the sun appears white at noon, we have already explained. No chance of scattering because light travels the shortest distance through the atmosphere when the sun is at top. All right. Next, question 16. Read. You. Beam of white light, question 16.
A beam of white light falling on the glass window gets straight up into select color mark 127 and hold the diagram. Redraw this diagram to another sheet and mark the seven color. A student made a statement that the color and the position marked 5 and 3 are similar to the color of the sky and the color of the gold metal respectively. With the above statement made by the student, correct or incorrect?
So 3 and 5 are what color? Yellow and blue. With Y over, no, 3 is of Y over, yes, yellow, and 5 is with blue. So are similar to the color of sky and color of gold. Yeah, so is right. Wait a minute. Sky is generally associated with blue. So one second. So he says yeah. Right. So the numbering is done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he says 3 and 5, right? 3 and 5. What is he saying? Similar to color of sky and gold. Sky and gold. No, that's not matching actually.
He said mark 5.
Achha, 3 is gold. 3 is gold, right? 3 is gold. And this is sky. So this is right. Then it is okay. Because this is blue, right? Sky is blue. And yellow is like near gold. This is yellow. So is the above statement made by student correct? Yes. Justify. Yeah, because it is similar, right? Yes. So he is correct. The student is correct, you would say. Yeah. Next. What is the next part?
So that why the cause of this question when white light enters glass prism and right leads that most dispersed color.
So the cause of dispersion is refraction of light, right? If different colored light travel with different speed. The different colored light travels with different speed in the refracting medium. So the cause of dispersion is refraction, right? Refraction of different color of light. Okay, and whenever we say refraction, it is the change of speed in the medium. Is that color? Is that understood? Is that colored? So, what is the cause of dispersion, Arya? Arya, are you there? Question 16. Seems like she's gone for breakfast. Arya, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question.
Yes, sir, I was reading again.
So question 16 में last part में दिया है appraise the cause of dispersion. So what is appraise means what is the cause of dispersion? Refraction, right? So refraction of what? White light consists of lights of 7 colors, right? So each color travels with different speed in the prism medium. Okay, so it is deviated differently. सबका refraction अलग होता है, ठीक है? So then you have to answer which one deviates the least and which one deviates the most. Least deviation is for which color? Which light is deviated the less? See the diagram. Once the white light enters, which is deviated the less? The upper one. Which color is that? Okay, so you figure this out, huh? So these questions will be asked, so you should be clear on that. The least deviated will be red, and the most deviated will be violet. Okay, so you better remember it. The one which is least deviated travels with fastest speed, and one which is most deviated, that is violet, it will travel with lowest speed. So these things you should remember. Right? Whose wavelength is biggest, the least deviated or most deviated? Least deviated. Wavelength is maximum for least deviated. So it could get confusing, okay? So work on it. Work on it. Right. Okay. All right. So we are done with question number 16. 17. We already discussed just now. Okay, it's a repeat of similar of 16. So let's move on to year 2013-14. Explain power of accommodation. Explain in brief the near and far points of an eye and give their values. So what is power of accommodation? We have discussed. Due to action of ciliary muscles, depending upon object position, right? So, and what is the near point and far point? What's the value? 25 centimeter. What is far point? Infinity, right? So for a normal eye, the near point is 25 centimeter and the far point is infinity. This 25 centimeter, what is the symbol? D. Power also it is D, right? So Remember, power is diopter D. This is least distance of distinct vision. It's called DD, least distance of distinct vision. Okay. Okay. 19 is just a repeat, dispersion. 20. A narrow beam PQ of white light is passing through glass with ABC. Okay, so this is a question again on dispersion. Trace it on your answer sheet because so you have to be very careful. Okay. Now this is not a monochromatic ray; it is a white light. So when a white light enters, dispersion will take place. Okay, but if it is a single ray, so read the question carefully. If it is a single color light, then there will not be any dispersion. Is that clear? Only refraction will be there. Okay, so those questions are also asked. So that's when you have to draw the ray diagram for a refraction of light entering at prism. Okay, so be careful. What light is entering? Is it white light or just a single color? Okay, then only you'll be able to answer it correctly. And here is a hint: when there is a screen kept, then it is mostly Vibgyor. So it is dispersion question. So write the name and cause of the phenomena. Name is dispersion, cause is refraction of light. Okay. Where else in nature this phenomena is observed? Rainbow. Very good. Based on this observation, state the conclusion which can be drawn about the constituents of the white light. It consists of 7 colors. Okay. Wonderful. So we have reached the last question. List the parts of the human eye that control the amount of light entering into it. Yes, cornea and pupil. True.
Does cornea do any?
Just
The cornea just allows the light to pass in. The
Huh.
pupil and the iris.
No, but that's also the opening, no? I mean, that is the first contact of light.
But it sticks down.
It enters the eye. Full light enters the eye through cornea. But pupil reduces that further.
So that
So can iris also come?
And what?
Iris.
Iris is only changing the size of the pupil. So ultimately, pupil is the gate. See, when a watchman is standing and he opens the gate, right? So watchman, unless the gate is open, light cannot enter, even if the watchman is present. So iris is like a watchman, but pupil has to increase or decrease in size for the amount of light to enter. So what iris does? It only changes the size of the pupil, but it is actually pupil which allows the final entrance of the light. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So list the parts of human eye that control the amount of light entering into it, right? So you can also include the function of iris in that. Cornea, iris, and pupil. These 3 guys basically control it, right? Okay. Now, explain how they perform. So you know that. Write the function of retina in the human eye. So retina allows the image to form on it, right? That image is optical. Then there are cells in retina which are called rods and cones. Okay, they pick up the optical information and convert it into electrical signals. That electrical signal is then passed through optic nerve to brain. So retina's job is to convert optical information into electrical information and of course image formation. Is that clear? So retina acts as the screen. You can write retina acts as the screen on which the image is formed, which are seen by the eye lens. Okay. Do you know that the corneal impairment can be cured by replacing the defective cornea with the cornea of a donated eye? Yes. So when people die, okay, when they donate eye, so there is, even if the cornea is deformed, so the light will not enter properly. So this cornea has to be really clear, right? And it should be perfectly spherical. Only then this is the first entrance for the light. So that's where our light is controlled. But if your cornea itself is deformed, ruptured or something, then light will not enter. Even if you have a correct eye lens inside. Okay. So when the so your cornea or the defective cornea can be replaced with a cornea from the donated eye. Okay, so that is now possible. How and why should we organize groups to motivate the community member to donate their eyes after death? That's a tricky one, right? So that's a socio-political motivational thing. Like it depends from people to people. Like I'm yet to donate my eyes. I don't know whether I'll end up donating or not. You know someone who has donated the eyes? Not yet. What do you think? What is your opinion? Not decided? No opinion as yet? नहीं देना चाहिए ना?
So after that, the eyes got felt the person, so they can't only After that, the eyes will not be required for the person.
Yes, it's an emotional thing for some people, but rationally, like today, we feel that it can basically help see somebody who is also who is visually impaired. Anyway, I am gone, so that eye is not going to help me. But then there are religious sentiments and emotional things attached, so we never know. So let's leave it to a personal decision of the person. Why do they ask such questions in the text? Hard question. Right? All right. So now let's take up some. I'll take up some NCERT questions. Okay, and rest you will do yourself. So this review questions in the classwork, I think we've already covered, right? Most of it through these previous year board questions. Okay. Now NCERT question. What is meant by power of accommodation of eye? Answered already, right? So we are discussing NCERT questions. Second, a person with myopic eye cannot see object beyond 1.2 meter distinctly. What should be the type of the corrective lens used to restore proper vision? So he can't see far away objects. So he would require a diverging lens, right? So the myopia correction is done through diverging lens. We have already seen that. Yeah. No. It's not fixed. Right? So what is his far point? So far point is 1.2 meters. So how you have to calculate your listen. So far point is 1.2 meter, okay? Right. So in this case, this is where the image will be formed. When you use the diverging lens, that time you are able to keep the object at infinity. So U is equal to infinity, right? And V is equal to 1.2. Got it? This is how you have to use it. So then you have to find 1 by F is equal to 1 by V minus 1 by U. So where is this image? In front of the lens, so minus, right? So 1 by F will be equal to 1 upon minus 1.2 minus 1 by infinity. It's like this. Okay, this is how you calculate. So ultimately you will get the same thing. So what is it? Therefore, 1 upon F is nothing but power. Okay, so what is the power? Ten by 12, whatever is the answer you get. This is 1.2 meter, right? Yeah. So this is the power of lens, diverging lens. So generally the question is asked, what is the type of lens you will find out. So the focal length should be, you'll get the same focal length, minus 1.2 meter. So you are right. So what is happening is, Even though the object is kept at infinity, but its image is happening there. Is that clear? Okay. Anyway, there are some more questions in going ahead, so we will answer them. So in this question, you have to only identify what is the nature of the lens, which is diverging. So the answer to question 2 is you will use diverging lens. Okay. Question 3. What is the PowerPoint available? Yes. What is question 3 answer? Infinity and 25 centimeter. Next 4. So he has a defective far side, right? So again myopia, same as question 2, diverging lens. Okay. Question 2, question 4, same answer, right? How can it be corrected? Diverging lens. And he is suffering from myopia. Question 5. Yes, B. Question 5 answer is B. Question 6. Retina, D. Question 6 is D. Question 7. Huh? Meter or centimeter? Centimeter. C. Question 7 is C. Question 8. C. Question 8 is ciliary muscles. Question 9. What is question 9? Just the reciprocal. You have to find whatever lens is using for distant vision is minus 5.5. So, what is the focal length? Reciprocal of? So, for distant vision, it is 1 upon minus 5.5 meter. Okay.
It's
Yes, plus. Okay, it will be plus 1 upon 1.5. So you just simplify whatever. So you have to find the reciprocal. That will give you. Right. Question 10. The far point of myopic person is 80 centimeter. In front of the eye. What is the nature and power of the lens required to correct the problem? Now here you have to find out. Yes,
concave.
Yeah, far point of the myopic. So concave, right? Diverging lens. And power of the lens required? Huh? Reciprocal of 80 centimeter. Power will be because the image is forming. Image is forming there, right? So it will be 1 by minus 80. It is negative, right?
Yes, but we are taking meters, so it will be 0.8.
Yes. So it will be 0.8. You have to take 80 into in terms of meters. So what is the power then? Yes. So it is 10 by 8, right? minus 10 by 8 diopters. Correct? What's the answer? Minus 10 by 8 diopters. You simplify whatever answer you get. Okay. Likewise, question 11. Make a diagram to show how hypermetropia is corrected. The near point of a hypermetropic eye is 1 meter. Now here the near point is not 25. How much it is? 1 meter. So then when you keep the object at 25 centimeter, its image should form at 1 meter. Only then it will see. Right? So how will you obtain the focal length in this case?
So the object is as 25 centimeter and image is as 1 meter.
Very good. So object distance you have to take as 25 centimeter, right? And image distance as minus 1 meter, and then calculate the focal length. Okay. So question 11. See, how will you solve question 11? In this case, because your near point is affected, but what is the perfect near point? 25 centimeter. And what is the sign? Minus, because object is always in front, minus. And where is the near point, effective near point? That is what the image has to form of this object for the eye to be able to see. So it is minus 100 centimeter, right? Then you calculate the focal length using the lens formula. And then you can find the power also, right? So once you know the focal length, okay, this will directly give you the power because you'll be calculating 1 by r is equal to, this is power itself, right? But then you convert everything in meter. So how much this will be? Minus 0.25 meter. This is minus 1 meter. Now you substitute it. By how much is this? So this is minus 1 minus 1 by minus 20. Right? Is that correct? So how much is this? So
Minus
1 by 25 minus 1.
so not only plus minus
Okay. These are 0.25, right? So it is 4. This was minus 0.25. So this is minus 1 plus 4. Right? So this becomes plus 3. Something wrong, is it? What length we should get? Hypermetropia, so converging lens, correct. So plus convex lens, right? So power is plus 3 times. So for hypermetropia correction, we want converging lens. So everybody got the answer? How we got it? Okay. So we need convex lens of power plus 3 times. This is our value. Have you got it, Arya? What we have done in question 11? So make a diagram to show how hypermetropic. We have already discussed all this, okay? And I have also shown you how to solve the diagram. All right, all other questions we have already solved. Acha, question 12. Why is a normal eye not able to see clearly the objects placed closer than 25 centimeters? So ciliary muscle has a limit. It can only press the lens till 25 centimeters. Beyond that, then it doesn't function normally. Okay, so that's the limit. It will get blurred, right? So because the curvature cannot be like flattened. I mean, there's a limit to it. All right. So with this, I think we are through with. What's the time now? When is our first break? 9 o'clock, right? Yeah. ऐसा मत करो. Okay. So we still have 15 minutes before the break. So do you have any final questions on this, or else we'll start the next chapter, which is electricity?
So,
Yes.
sir, as in this chapter, we haven't studied anything about blind spots, so we wouldn't be able to, like, means we won't be asked any question related to that, right?
You won't be asked anything which is not in the chapter or not in your syllabus. Blind spot, has it been taught to you in biology? Do we have mention of blind spot in this chapter anywhere? One second. There is blind spot mentioned, I think. So you should read this yellow portions of the textbook, okay? That's where you will get some other insights, okay? Have you come across the word blind spot anywhere in the text? Just let me know. Near the diagram. No, but in textbook, is it mentioned anywhere? Yeah, volume, I think it is mentioned in the diagram, okay? So blind spot means what, you know? The image should not form there, okay? Any image which is forming there will not be understood. Why? Because it is not converted into electrical signal. It is directly falling on the optic nerve. You understand? So brain will not able to understand. So any image which is forming at the blind spot means it should fall at retina. So in retina there are cells which will convert that optical information into electrical. So unless it is done, that conversion is done, brain will not be able to understand. That is why it is being called blind spot. Is it clear? There is no mention of blind spot in the book. Don't worry about it. You have picked up a blind spot, okay? Any other question?
No, sir.
All right. Shall we start electricity? Right? Okay. Shraddha is not yet joined. Is going to miss a lot. So let's begin with electricity. Okay. So what is electricity? Yeah. Okay. So let's begin with what is electricity. Right? So it is a form of energy, first of all. It is a form of energy. First answer is it is a form of energy, right? Second, it is the most convenient form of energy. So we'll come to that's a different aspect. Okay. Electricity is renewable, right? We are just forming it, right? It is a form of energy which is most convenient. Convenient right? Easy to transmit or transport, right? Television transport through transmission cables. Right? Can be easily converted into other forms of energy. Converted into other forms of energy, such as heat and light. Right? It's non-polluting while in use. Okay, so modern life not possible without. So therefore, difficult to live. So what happened in the last lecture? So what happened? We all struggled, right? So very difficult to think of life without electricity. So it's so important, right? That is the reason we should learn about. Should know more about. So we should. What should we learn? New ways of producing electricity, storing it, transporting it, efficient ways of using it, right? We should not waste it. So all these things will be covered. So those things will not be covered. What will be covered is the more details in terms of how it functions, etc. Okay? All those things. Right? So first thing we are going to talk about is electric current. First, we make a note of it. Oh, such and such as. So grammatical fix, do it yourself. Sometimes while speaking, I do this. Transmission cables. So when you ride through roads like outside the city, you might be seeing like transmission cables. Right here on Marshall Bridge also, right? In the sea. So these are like electricity transmission cables. So I said it is non-polluting while in use. So while you are using here, it is non-polluting. But where it is produced, like in thermal power plants or in nuclear power plants, there is a pollution which takes place. But it is produced in the plant and then it is transmitted at a remote area for its use. So it does produce a lot of pollution when it is produced in the plants, but not while in use. Okay. Like for light, if you have to burn so much of charcoal and wood, it will be full of smoke. Like in villages, where still they don't have proper electricity and cooking gas, they still are polluting the environment, right? So it's very uncomfortable living, right? But there it is improved. Okay, let's go further. So having motivated about electricity, let's understand what is electric current. So the symbol is I. How do we define electric current? No, that's a symbol. So it is defined as rate of flow of charge through the cross section of what? Right? It is defined as rate of flow of charge through the cross section of a conductor. Conduction. So conductor is like copper or silver wire, right? In houses, the conductors are wires made up of copper. So if I draw the magnified view of the wire, so this is a conductor. So what is the cross section? This is the cross section. This is a cross section. So the amount of charge flowing, let us say the amount of charge flowing in time t is q, right? If q amount of charge flows through this cross sectional area in time t, then how do we define current as q by t? Charge flown per unit time. Okay, that is current is electric current. Okay, this is electric current. Electric current. It's not required. Capital Q total charge.
Later, small q also comes.
That's okay. So I can define my small q is the amount of charge flowing in small time t, right? So electric current is equal to charge upon time. This is what it is. So whenever I say rate, then this is the definition of electric. What is the unit of electric current? 1 ampere. Right? Unit is ampere. Equal to 1 coulomb on 1 second. So when 1 coulomb of charge flows in time 1 second, then we call the current as 1 ampere. That is 1 ampere is equal to 1 coulomb on 1 second. Okay. Now, what are these charges? The charges are electrons. Are basically electrons. So I write electron as E minus. So these are electrons. Yes. What is flowing in this? The electrons are flowing. Because in electrical conductor there are so many free electrons. So most metals have a lot of free electrons in them. These are the electrons which are flowing in this direction. Right. So what is the direction of current? We take the direction of current as opposite to the direction of flow of electron. Okay, so that is called conventional direction. Note. The direction of current flow is opposite to the direction of flow of electrons. Okay, so that's why it is also called as conventional. It is by convention, right? Charge flow takes place due to flow of electrons, right? But the current direction is taken as opposite. Okay, so it is by convention. Okay, by convention. Hence, it is also called conventional current. So actual current is due to movement of electrons, but the conventional current we take it in the direction opposite to the direction of electron. Right. So what is my conventional current? Okay. This is conventional current. CONVENTIONAL. Conventional. All right. So I'll see you after break. I'm leaving my book here.
The direction of current flow is opposite to the direction of flow of electron. पूरा कठिन रहेगा लेकिन the same action in the last we start plus 5 plus R will still 90 seconds. This can be not plus कुछ वैसा प्राइस मिलेगा
Arya, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello.
So Arya is not joined yet. Okay, so everything okay, clear? So we have learned what is current, electric current, and its definition, right? So we said current is because of flow of electrons. So each electron has a charge, right? So what is the charge on the electron?
1 into 10 raised to 19 minus 19.
So it is 1.6 into 10 raised to minus 19 coulomb, right? So okay. Right, charge in electron is 1.6 into 10 raised to 9. So if Q is equal to any, right? Okay. So how many what is the number of electrons when 1 ampere current flow? How will you find out? So
Sir, N E means the number of electrons.
N is the number of electrons, E is the charge on the electron, that is Q. So you can take small q, capital Q, that's okay. Q is the charge.
Product of number and charge of electrons.
Yes, because each electron will have only this much charge.
So we just divide the current by the charge of the electron.
Yes. So when you divide the current by the charge, so I is equal to NE on 1 second, right? So that is 1 second. This means N is equal to I by E. So if I was 1 ampere, right? 1.6 into 10 raised to minus 9. That will give you how many number of electrons. So this is 1 by 1.6 into 10 raised to 9. Just check how much is this. One divided by 2. So this is 0.625 into 10 raised to 90. Right. So into 10 into 10. So 6.25 into 10 raised to 90. These many electrons are flowing.
Sir, 18.
Sorry.
Because decimal is
18. 18. So in 1 second, these many electrons will flow in 1 second. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then you say the current is 1 ampere.
Sir, but the charge of electron is negative. Is
So-
the current also negative?
No, current is not negative. Current is not negative or positive. It's the charge which is negative.
So do we get the absolute value of the charge?
No,
Then,
you mean for current. For current, yes, you can.
for current we get the absolute value of the
No. It's like see, it's so what is the current direction?
opposite to electron.
Minus the flow of electron, right? So direction is also negative. So if you keep E negative, then it becomes positive. If you take E negative, okay. If you take this E negative, but if you take the direction of I opposite, then opposite becomes positive. It's that. Understand? But current is a scalar quantity, so it doesn't have direction. So that would be the wrong approach. So you can treat it as an absolute. Okay. Because anyway we are talking about number. So number is it's just the count of electrons, right? Is that clear? So any questions still here? What is 1 ampere of current? When 1 ampere current is flowing, how many electrons are passing through the cross section? Right? So when these many electrons flow in 1 second, okay, through the cross section, at any cross section, it's not like from here to here, no, at every cross section, in 1 second, it should, these many electrons should cross. Okay. All right. Now there are some other things given, like how to measure the current and all, right? Before that, let's understand what is electric circuit. Any questions on electric current?
How many electrons are there in 1 ampere?
How many electrons?
Are there in 1 ampere?
So what did we discuss? What did we discuss? Yeah. See, what is Q? Q is the total charge, right? What is the charge on one electron? E, which is given by this. So the total charge is number of electron into E. Okay, right now. N is number of electrons, right? And E is charge on the electron. Okay, so let's take this as T, right? So in 1 coulomb, how many electrons will be there? Any? Right, so for 1 ampere, so number of electrons in 1 ampere. In 1 ampere. How do you calculate it? So what is 1 ampere? 1 ampere is equal to 1 coulomb on 1 second, right? Now what is 1 coulomb? 1 coulomb is equal to, I don't know, 1 coulomb का हमको निकालना है. 1 coulomb is, let us say, any. Okay, on 1 second. This means, I don't know how many charges are there in 1 coulomb, right? So now I write it down. So 1 coulomb. So N is equal to, so 1 coulomb divided by E, that is the number, right? So, right? So that's what we do. Same thing, right? Hope it is clear now. I think I did. So N is the number of electrons in 1 coulomb, and we are saying what is current? Those many electrons when flown for 1 second. So what is this? This is the number of electrons in 1 coulomb basically. And therefore, this is the number of electrons when a current of 1 ampere flows, right, for 1 second. So when 1 coulomb flows for 1 second, the current is 1 ampere. That is equal to 6.25 minus 18. Right? So when 6.25 into 10 raised to 18 electrons flow through the cross section of a conductor in 1 second. So we say 1 ampere current is समझ आ गया? जब इतने सारे इलेक्ट्रॉन एक सेकंड में फ्लो करेंगे then we say 1 ampere current is. Is it clearer now? Get your doubts clear. Have I confused you or what is it? Is it okay? So basically, to answer your question, what is N? It is the number of electrons in 1 coulomb. 6.25 into 10 raised to 18. And then when that 1 coulomb of electron goes in 1 second, that is 1. It cannot be clearer than this. This is the unit, so multiply 10 times 100, 10 ampere will be 10 times this. 2 means half whole into. Okay. Right.
So that this current has to be through this if current is current only through a conductor. What about electrons moving around the nucleus of that? Do they have current?
Yes. We do have current.
According to the speed of the
Rate of flow. So wherever there is charge flowing, there is a current. We have current. What is the basic constituent of human being? Water, right? So water molecules mostly. So we should also have electrons flowing. We do have current. We are conductors. That's why we get a shock. Okay. So this is insulator. There are bodies which do not allow flow of electricity. They are called insulator. We'll come to all that. So most of the things we are living, experiencing, but now it will start resisting with this. Okay. Any questions here? Can I erase it? Okay, so having understood electric current, now let us understand what is electric circuit. What is electric circuit? Not given electric circuit, thoughts. So what is electric circuit? See, in the previous illustration, I showed you how the current flows, but why I have not yet explained, right? Current will not flow on its own. Right? So what is electric circuit? It is a closed conducting path conducting path through which the current flows. What is electric circuit? It is the closed conducting path through which the current flows, right? So we'll draw a small electric. Let us say we have right. Okay. So let us become familiar with the electric circuit now. This is a simple example of an electric circuit. So what do you have? You have This is a cell. So what is a cell? Cell is the source of current. Current will not flow through the conductor unless we apply some potential difference. So we'll, okay, that is great. Lines. Potential difference. Potential difference. Okay. So sometimes it is just written PD, potential difference. I'll explain all of that. So what are the various components in this circuit? So we have, this is bulb or load. So all the electric devices that are run using electric current are called load. Okay. So how is the circuit connected? It is connected using conducting wires. Generally copper wire. So all these various components, the cell, then you have conducting wire, then you have electric wire, then again conducting wire. Okay. Then how to control the current? So for that we have a switch. Okay. So you can have switch, or this is called key, plug key, or switch. Right. So what is this switch? So the switch we control, right? So I've stopped the current flow through that. So what I've done, I have broken the circuit. So it's not closed, it is open. Once the circuit is open, current will not flow. Now I switched it on, which means now I put a dot here. Means this is a conductor, this is a conductor. Now I put something into it. So this is a closed switch. Got it? Okay. So see the plug. There is a difference. Open, this is open, this is closed. Current will pass when it is closed. Understood? Okay. Now let us put the direction of current flow. See, in the cell, this is the sign of a cell, right? So cell is, you have two terminals, the positive terminal and negative terminal. Okay, so the bigger one is positive, smaller one is negative. So the current flows from positive to negative, right? So this is the direction of current. Okay. So current flows from positive to negative. Positive to negative, right? So this is the direction of current flow. In the circuit, the arrow would tell you that the current will flow from positive terminal to negative terminal. Okay. Then how do we measure the current? For that we will put ammeter. Right? We'll put ammeter. Okay. So this is ammeter. Right? How are the terminals connected? Every meter will have a polarity on top of it. So the negative will be connected to negative, positive on the positive side. So ammeter will have a polarity. Right? Okay. How to check the potential difference? For that, we can connect a voltmeter. So voltmeter is connected in parallel. Got it? How much is the potential difference between any 2 points? For that, we require a voltmeter. So what do you have? It's a meter, small meters, right? You will see it in the lab. So let's say if I write A inside it, sometimes it is shown with cross arrow or A, right? Then you have a voltmeter. The polarity, whatever terminal is shown, that side will be connected to that side of the battery or cell. So there is cell or battery, right? Or battery. So what is the difference between cell and battery? There will be a series of so many cells. So this is a battery. When many cells are connected in series, right, then we call that battery. So battery will always offer more potential difference, right? So what is potential difference? It is basically an electrical pressure, unless there is a difference in the level. Like if you have 2 containers, right? If you have 2 containers. With some difference in the water level. Now you have a gap here. Let us say this much water is filled. Right? Now, if there is no water in this, now if you open the tap, the water will start transferring over here. Till when the water will transfer? Till the level. So there is a level difference, right? So suppose here you have a water till here. Initially the water in this was this much. Now when I open the tap, this level will come down, right? So what is the level difference right now? This much. Okay. And here the level will begin to rise. So when the level in both of them become same, then the flow would stop. So for the water current to flow, there should be difference of levels in both the containers. But once the level is same, then there will be no water flow. It will become same level. So there is no difference, no water flows. Likewise, when the cell is new, okay, it maintains level difference, electrical level difference. So one terminal is maintained at a high potential, the other terminal is maintained at a low potential, right? So then what it will do? It means it has large deposit of electrons here. What is the negative charge? Excess of electrons. Are you familiar with positive and negative charges? What is negative charge? Electron carries negative charge. If I am saying some area is negatively charged, that means it has excess of electrons. In some area which is positively charged, it means it has less of electrons, right? And this excess and less of electron is same. Like if it has 1 billion electrons here, so it will have 1 billion electron less. So the terminal will have equal positive and negative charge, right? Now this conductors also have free electrons. So what it will do? This electron would repel it. It would repel. So the electron in the conductor will go and recombine here. So now what has happened? 1 electron has got received by it. So from 1 billion electron, 1 is less now. So then this will donate 1 electron. Okay. So again what is happening now? Now the potential difference is reducing. So cell you can use till the potential difference becomes 0. That's why you have to replace the cell.
Means both have equal and
So the charge, so both will be neutralized.
So, does the positive terminal take the electron and come back and put it back to the negative terminal?
No, it doesn't do that. So see what happens is, so this is the thing.
So AP factor is the
देखो देखो बैटरी का स्ट्रक्चर कैसे होता है? There is an electrode, okay? Listen. Cell के अंदर की बात होता है. There is a positive terminal, there is a negative terminal, right? So you have a copper electrode and you have a zinc electrode, okay? And then you have some electrolyte H2SO4. So this copper react with this electrolyte, right, and loses electron here, right? Now zinc basically gains electron. So there is a chemical reaction going on between electrodes of the cell and the electrolyte. So what is happening? The chemical reaction causes the deficiency of electron. It keeps on making this positive and it keeps on making this negative. You understand? So there is a different kind of reaction going on between the electrode and the electrolyte. This is the basic cell structure I am explaining you. Okay. So then there is a excess of negative charge here, excess of positive charge here. So this activity goes on till what we call as some equilibrium state is achieved. Equilibrium. This reaction will go on till some potential difference is maintained. Okay, it depends on the combination of electrode and the electrolyte chosen. Now, once that potential difference is achieved, it will stop reacting with the acid. Now you have a cell ready to be fitted in the circuit. Cell with this potential difference. So what has happened? The chemical energy has got converted into electrical energy. Now when this is switched on, then what is happening? One electron in the conductor will go and recombine here. So that lost electron will be supplied by the cell. And this activity goes on. So you said once this electron is received here, right? Then again this reaction will take place. And again the lost electron will be supplied because of chemical reaction so that it comes back to the previous potential. So there will be a stage, every chemical reaction has a lifetime. So till that chemical reaction is taking place to maintain the potential difference, you can use the cell. But with time, the reactivity reduces. And that's when the cell becomes useless. Because now you are not able to maintain the potential difference.
But is there a way to
Have I answered your question? Like that electron which comes here, it doesn't go here. When the electron is lost due to recombination, this chemical reaction gives another electron. So it's the property of the electrolyte. That electrolyte will go on becoming weak. And then that potential difference maintenance will not be.
Sir, is there a way to make a circuit that will continuously be imbalanced so that spectrum is
Say that again, continuously.
be unbalanced? There will be
So no, that's a violation of conservation of energy. Every energy it is getting converted, right? So this chemical to electrical to heat and light. Okay, so we'll come to that. There is an energy conversion taking place. So energy cannot be created, it cannot be destroyed. It is changing from one form to other with the help of devices. So the device used here is electric cell to harness the chemical energy into electrical energy, right? But ultimately, once it is converted into heat and light, then this is gone. No? Then you have to bring another fresh cell. Is that clear? So what I was trying to explain was that is a non-conventional or renewable. So till the sun exists, we'll continue to get that. You understand? So it is still there. So sun also have a lifetime, but its lifetime is like in millions and billions of years. Okay. So for us, it's only very ideal 100 years. Very ideal case 100 years, right? So okay, so we have to keep searching for different sources of energy, right? Now let's stop the discussion here, otherwise it will become very complicated right now. Okay, so we are learning what? Electric circuit. So it is a closed current path, right? And how do we measure current? We use ammeter. So this is your ammeter. And how do we measure potential difference? Voltmeter. So ammeter is connected in series. Like it is in the same conducting path. It is in series. Whereas voltmeter is connected in parallel. So this type of connectivity is called parallel across 2 points. This will become more clear. I mean, this is the entire chapter I have taught you in this diagram. Okay? It will become more clear. So have you understood what is electric circuit? It is the closed conducting path through which the electric current flows. So this is the full closed path. If I open it by removing the key, so key is something like these are the 2 conducting paths. Now when I plug something, then there is a closed path. If I remove it is open.
Like charger and plug switch. Charger and plug switch.
It's like when you have the earphone, when you pin inside, then the current flows through it and you hear the information. But when you remove, there is no conducting part. Okay, so that kind of contact. This is not that arrangement. This is a switch arrangement. See, so this is open, and in this case, in case of switch, you have this kind of thing. This is open. This is closed. Okay. So when you switch off, you press here, it is off. When you press here, it is on. So this is like on off. Understand? Closed means on. Open means off. Don't take the English meaning. Closed means no current. Closed means yes current. Yes, there is flow. It is ulta. Closed is on. Open is off. Clear? Yeah, means sometimes English approach would lead to confusion. So this is the physics approach. Okay. Any questions, Arya? I mean, you have to ask me questions if you have any difficulty. Are we good till here, Arya? Okay. Okay. All right. So what do we need for current to flow? Potential difference. So I have a cell. Will the current flow just with cell? We need a conducting path. And that conducting path should be how? Closed or open? Closed. Okay, is it clear now? So we need the source for current, which is cell. We need a conducting path, and that path should be closed. Only then the current will flow. Okay, right? So far so good. Can I erase it now? And when we have a cell, its terminal should have potential difference. Otherwise, again the current will not flow. See, in this arrangement, the water will flow only when there is a difference in the level between the 2 conductors. So that level difference is potential difference. Electric level difference is potential difference. Electric potential difference. Okay, let's now understand what is potential difference. We have lecture till 10:45. Yes. 10:40. So, having understood conductor, let us understand what is insulator. What is insulator? It does not allow flow of electric current through it. So, what are the examples? Wood, dry wood, right? Plastic, okay. Rubber, glass, air. When I say air and wood, it has to be dry. Okay. If it is wet, then it will conduct electricity. Water is a conductor, but pure water is not.
Water is a conductor.
If the water is pure, then it is not. But unpure, it will. Or impure. Distilled water will be pure. Yeah, it doesn't have free charges. You need free electrons for electricity to conduct. Okay. Right. Let's understand now what is electric potential and electric potential difference. So first let us understand, let us say this is a point, okay, A, right? I want to define what is the potential at A. Potential is level, right? So suppose this is a far away distance, infinity. So let us say I am bringing a unit positive charge, right, from infinity to this point. So whatever work I have to do in bringing a unit positive charge from here to here, that is called potential at this point. Understood? So how do we define electric potential? It is defined as work done in bringing a unit positive charge from infinity to that point. So which point? Potential at a point. Potential at a point is defined as work done in bringing a unit positive charge from infinity to that point. Is that clear? So if W is if work done and bringing charge Q from infinity is W. Right? Therefore, work done is bringing unit positive charge. Unit positive charge. Will be W by work done per unit charge. Correct? Okay. So work done in bringing charge Q from infinity is W. Therefore, work done in bringing charge 1 unity will be W by Q. Unitary method, which is by definition potential. Right? Selected potential is defined as G. That is E is equal to work done per unit charge. So what is electric potential? Work done per unit charge.
So SI
Volt. So therefore 1 volt is equal to 1 joule. 1 volt. So if 1 joule of work is done in bringing 1 coulomb of charge at any point, then we say the electric potential at that point is 1 volt. Understood? Now let us understand the concept of potential difference. Is potential understood?
So can you explain again how it will then be captured? Potential.
What is not understood? I am saying
The definition from infinity, what will it be about that?
see, let us say I am taking charge Q at infinity. When I am bringing charge Q, the work done is W. Okay. So when I am bringing charge 1, it will be W by Q by unitary method. See, for Q, the work done is W. Therefore, for 1, the work done will be W by Q. Unitary method. Correspondence. If Q corresponds to work done W, then charge 1 will correspond to W by Q. Unitary method, right? This is what you wanted. Okay. Wait till potential difference, it will become clear, right? Is electric potential clear? At the definition level, understanding will take time, but at least the definition clear. Work done in bringing unit positive charge from infinity to any point is the potential at that time. Okay, and we measure potential in volt. Okay, now let us see what is potential difference. Because in the conductor, we are not bringing anything from infinity. It is between 2 points, right? One terminal and the other terminal of the cell. So what matters practically to us is not potential, but potential difference. So what is the potential difference between 2 points? Now let us say there is another point B. Listen carefully. There is another point B. Okay. So let us say WA is the work done in bringing the charge at A, and WB is the work done in bringing the charge at B. Okay. So therefore, what is the potential difference? So potential difference is nothing but the bigger work done minus the smaller work. So what is the potential difference between A and B? This. So if I can only know, right, the delta work done, like work done in bringing the charge from B to A, is the potential difference between these 2 points. So I need not bother about infinity because this is common work till here. Okay, so potential difference between 2 points is the work done in bringing the charge from one point to the other point. That is the potential difference. Understood? So the potential difference. So if let us say what is the potential at A, BA, what is the potential at B, BB? What is the potential difference? The potential difference is equal to BA minus BB, right? So which is WA upon Q minus WB upon Q, which is WA minus B upon, right? So which is basically WBA. Work done in bringing the charge from B to A. That's it. This is the potential difference. And this also we call it as DMV. Because ultimately it is work done per unit charge, so it is voltage. So whenever we say V, right, although it is electric potential, but this is just for defining sake. But whenever we use it in the electric circuit, it is potential difference, and that also we symbolize as VOB. So which is basically VAB or just V. So potential difference is the work done in taking a unit positive charge between 2 points, right? So shall I define it now? So potential difference between 2 points is is the work done in bringing, or you say taking, okay, a unit positive charge between 2 points. So this is practically more relevant. In real life, potential difference is more useful and relevant right? So in real life, potential difference is more useful and relevant. So this is the deepest concept in this chapter, potential difference. If you have understood this, rest is mathematical simplification. This is a concept.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, can you explain potential difference once again? I have some doubt.
When did you join us, Shraddha? Since when?
Sir, I am actually not well, so I joined the second lecture from 9:15.
Right now, in this, when did you join? From which topic?
Sir, I joined at 9:15 from the very first topic, but I got disconnected in between.
Acha. So, are you clear with electric potential?
Yes, sir, that part is clear.
Okay, so potential is like work done in bringing a unit positive charge from infinity to any given point. Is a potential at that point, right? So now we are talking about potential difference. So what is potential at A, BA? It is WA upon Q, right? That is BA.
Yes.
Likewise, what is potential at B? WB upon Q, right? The work done is bringing unit positive charge from infinity to point B, that is VB, correct? So we got two different potentials at two different points. Now, what is potential difference? So it must be the work done in bringing the charge from point B to point A. If these are the 2 points, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the potential difference then? The potential difference between A and B is, so VAB, let us say, from here to here. So what will be VAB? It will be VA minus VB. Right? So what is VAB? It is the potential difference between these 2 points. It must be VA minus VB. Okay, but what is VA? Work done per unit charge. Work done per unit charge from infinity to B, from infinity to A. And therefore, what is this? WA minus WB. Right? So work done from B to A, that is VA. So what is the potential difference? Only this difference. So this difference must be therefore, whatever is the work done in bringing the charge from B to A, that is the potential difference between these two. Got it?
Yes, sir.
So the symbol for potential difference is this only, right? So what do we do now? What is potential difference? So potential difference between 2 points like A and B is the work done in taking a unit positive charge between these 2 points. So we are now taking the unit positive charge from here to here now. Because it is the difference of the work per charge. Whenever charge comes in the bottom, that is, it is unit charge. So taking a unit positive charge between only these 2 points, that is the potential difference. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So its unit will be same as potential only, joules per second, which we call volt. Right? Okay, so now let me explain potential difference for cell in terms of chemical reaction and how it is. Okay. Now see, you might be wondering, when I'm bringing the charge here, right? I have to work against what? Right? So let's see. Shall I stop here or is it becoming confusing?
So can you, for example, if at point B there is a positive charge, then the plus one C would be repelled by it because right charge is repelled. So
that is why I have to work against the repulsion.
oh, so what we have to do?
Yes, some external agency. And in case of cell, that external agency is chemical reaction.
So if there's a negative charge, it's just put it. So we have to do so potential be,
Then it is using. Then you are not doing the work. Then the cell is doing the work.
Yeah, it is putting the thing.
So then it is getting neutralized.
So the potential of a if E has a negative charge, then the potential would be 0 and negative.
Yes, of course. There are different types of work done. Positive work done, negative work done. You understand? Have you learned positive and negative work done? So last year, so if the external agency is doing the work and it is not spending any effort, then it will be negative work done. It will be negative there.
So, but force applied would be 0 by external agency if this is negative charge will flow to positive charge.
Wait. Let us draw the example of the cell. Can I erase this part? Wait. This you had written, right? Now see. So you have an electric cell. You have an electric cell, okay? Now keep this diagram also in mind. Have you seen this diagram in your chemistry textbook?
Yes, electrolysis.
Yeah. So this is like copper and this is zinc. So this has to be kept at positive and this has to be kept at negative. It has to be maintained. Only then there will be potential difference. So where is the potential difference between these two? This is at positive, that is high. Positive means high potential, high level, higher level of water, imagine. And this is a low level, okay? Again, this is by convention, high and low. So now this is at high electric potential, this is at low electric potential. So there is a potential difference. Unless there is a potential difference, if you connect any external circuit, there will be no flow of current. So the potential difference is required. Now imagine a hypothetical situation. When we say that the cell has a potential difference of 5 volt between its terminal, 1.5 volt, okay? So for 1.5 volt, let us say there were 10 positive charges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. And here also are 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Clear? Now this is our perfect cell with 10 positive and 10 negative charges. It has always to remain that for the smooth functioning of the bulb. Now, let us say I have a switch here. Right? Right now it is open, so no current is flowing. There is a cell connected here. Right? Now I close the switch. I close. So what will happen? It will push the electron in this direction and the conventional current will flow. So when it pushed the electron in the conductor came here and finished one positive charge. So now what is the, so there is no positive charge, one charge gone. Wait. One charge gone, right? So now what happens? This will undergo reaction and it will create one more charge. Potential difference maintained. Now again another electron, and this process continues till this chemical reaction continues. Now listen. Now come to how the cell was made, how this potential difference came on the electron. Okay, this is the later part we have discussed earlier. Now remove this. Remove these charges. Remove the circuit. I've just opened it, okay? So imagine there is nothing beyond this. I took all this, I assembled all this electrode, I put the electrodes, right? Initially there were no charges. Now this charge buildup will begin. One charge here, one charge here. Okay, due to reaction. Right? Now what is happening? When the chemical reaction is putting another electron, it will have to do work against it. So whatever work you are doing, like you have a bow and arrow, or when you compress a spring, now the spring has potential energy. When you work against some force, or when you work or lift the duster against the gravitational force, what is the nature of potential energy? Whenever you work against some force acting on the body, only then potential energy will appear there. So we have to work against some force. So here there is an electron. Now you're trying to deposit one more electron.
Electrons will repair.
So there is work done by chemical energy in depositing the electron. So who is spending energy? The electrolyte. Understood? So this deposit will continue. There are negative charges pulling, but it is still forcing there. So the chemical agency is doing work. Likewise, here also there is a chemical reaction. This deposit is building up. Understood? So that is that work, this work. Some agency has to do work. So who is doing the work? The chemical reaction. Got it? Once this chemical energy reaches the equilibrium, now no process will continue forever. It will reach an equilibrium state. So once a proper potential difference is achieved for the given combination, now scientists keep on identifying for various set of electrodes, electrolytes, okay? So that's why we have different types of cells. Understood? And then it is standardized and given to industries for mass manufacturing. Okay? So the researchers have identified various combinations of or possibilities of cells, right? With what potential difference which are available. So generally in market we have cells with 1.5 volts, the smaller one in the clocks. AAA is in remote, yeah. So that is also 1.5. Okay. So it depends on what electrolyte it has. So now we have lithium ion. It's a totally different thing. Like in electronic watches, we don't use these. These are called lead acid cells. Cars you use and watches you use lithium ion. Yeah. It is just a convention. Like why are you called? Why am I called today? So it's a convention. We label it. Right? We have to differentiate between different types of batteries, right? So some names have got hidden meaning behind it. So if there is any meaning, I am not aware.
Is it because it has like a 2 ammeters?
2 ammeters. So ammeter is just a measurement device. So why 2 ammeters? You can measure it with 1 ammeter.
So I think it's saying 2 amps.
2 ampere. No, ampere is a very big value. A battery cannot give you ampere. It will give you in a milli or micro. Ampere is a very big value of current. Okay. So have you understood why we are saying working? Because there is some work going on in depositing the charge against the same type of charge. And that work then we call potential. So in this situation, when I am raising the duster, what kind of potential energy it is? Gravitational. It is gravitational. This is electric potential because now we are working against electric force. You understand? So it is the nature of force which decides what kind of potential you have. Okay? So now I am storing energy in an electrical form. Now I can use it by in a torch. I can use it till my potential difference is maintained, and it will depend on the strength of the electrolyte. Is it clear? And every chemical reaction has a life cycle. So once it reaches its life cycle, you have to just replace it with a new battery. Or if your chemical reaction is reversible, then you can charge it and reuse it. Okay, then you can use it for a longer period of time. So some electrolytes are based on reversible reaction, and that battery can be used like in case of mobile. So we can use it for like a couple of years, right? Otherwise, in torch you have to replace the battery, watches you have to replace the battery. So they are not reversible. Am I clear with the discussion on potential and potential difference? Shraddha? Yeah, okay, she got up. She gave a thumbs up. Oh. So, with clarity on potential and potential difference, what is the unit of potential? Volt. Okay, it is nothing but work done per unit charge, which is joules per coulomb. Joules per coulomb. So what is 1 volt? When do we say potential difference between 2 points is 1 volt?
When work done by the two are for carrying one charge is the difference in the work done by two for carrying one charge is.
So potential is work done for unit charge. So when is 1 volt? When 1 joule of work is done in bringing a 1 coulomb charge between any 2 points. So let's say this is point AB. I would say the potential difference is 1 volt. When in bringing unit positive charge from here to here, I am spending only 1 joule of work, right? In bringing 1 coulomb of charge from B to A, if I spend only 1 joule work, then the potential difference between A and B is 1 volt. Is it clear? Okay. So now we have done major parts. So the conceptual part from this chapter is completed. Now let us become familiar with some symbols, right? So I'll draw the symbol on the board and you will tell me what does it mean. Can I erase it?
Yes.
So symbols of or schematic symbols, symbols of components of electric circuit. Okay, so for that I would suggest you come open a page in your textbook. Open page number 203. This page. Textbook page 203. So the first diagram is electric cell. So what is it? What is the symbol? So electric cell. Okay. Then now if you have more cells connected with each other in this fashion, the negative terminal of one cell is connected to positive terminal of the other. Then this is called as
Battery also.
so it is called battery or a combination of cell. Battery or combination of cell. Okay. So likewise, what is this called?
Switch open switch.
It is a open switch नहीं है ये, right? हाँ, switch लिखा हुआ है, right? So it is just a plug key. Plug key, ठीक है चलो, okay? And it is open. The switch symbol is not given in your book, so they are calling this itself a switch. Sometimes the switch is, this is the switch. This is open switch. So you can draw the symbol, it's not given in the book. Ahead in the book you can draw open switch. So in NCRT they have everywhere used plug key only or switch. right? But in numericals in your exam, you might come across this symbol also, so don't be surprised. Right? Third, the fourth. So again, when you put a dot, it is plug key closed. This is now closed. Right? And when is the switch closed? When this touches it. Okay, closed switch. Okay, so in NCRT, you can treat this as open switch and closed switch, but otherwise you have these two simple terms. Right? Okay, so I am erasing it now. Now in a circuit, the wire joint is when two conducting wires are joined, right? If the wires are joined, then there will be a dot there, right? So this is the wire joint. Whereas, suppose there is this wire and the wire is jumping, there is no conduction path, then you show it like this, right? So wires crossing without joining, no joining. Okay. So in book it is given already, I am just explaining. So these wires are running over each other without any joint in them, whereas these are joined. Okay. 7. How is the electric bulb shown? Just like this. Okay. Or the full bulb is drawn. Okay. But when you draw the schematic, this is schematic. The one given next is the photo. So no need to draw this full bulb with a filament in it. No need to draw this. Draw this schematic. Okay, so don't draw this. Okay, now 8 is resistor. We will now understand what is resistor. Okay, 9. Variable resistance. So resistor is something like this. We have seen an electric circuit, okay? And when the cell or source of current is attached, it will give current at full capacity. Now remember that water diagram we had a tap. We may not require full current capacity, so there should be some mechanism to control it. Like if this fan is running, I want to run it at a high speed, low speed, okay? So I am controlling it. So what am I doing? I am introducing some current control mechanism, which is done through resistor. So what a resistor does, it opposes or regulates current in the circuit. Right?
That slows the movement of the.
Yeah, so what it does is it obstructs the flow of current, so less current reaches the load. Okay, load is the appliance, right? So it controls or regulates the flow of electric current in the circuit. Okay, so it's an electrical component which controls or regulates the flow of electric current in the circuit. So it's like a tap. Okay. So this is a fixed resistor. It has a fixed value. But here we are using a variable resistance. So variable resistance are shown like this. An arrow in it. This is a fixed resistor. When I have an arrow, then it is a variable resistor. Okay? So this is a variable resistor. variable resistor or resistance. What is written? Variable resistance. It means one and the same thing. Resistor is a device, resistance is the property. Okay, so it's variable resistance. So the device whose resistance can vary is variable resistance. You have another type of variable resistance which we call rheostat. Right? Okay, this is our issue. So when these 2 points are connected, there are 3 points, right? So A, B, C. When points C and B are connected in the electrical circuit, then depending upon the position of the jockey, this much resistance. If this is here, then more resistance, right? So when C and B are connected in the circuit, then it acts as variable resistance. When point AB are connected in the circuit, then it acts as fixed resistance. Okay? So out of 3 terminals, these are called terminals, the points which can be connected in the electric circuit. So rheostat has 3 terminals, ABC, and at a time only 2 are connected. Got it? So when CB is connected, it acts as variable resistance. When AB is connected, it acts as fixed resistance. Okay. Then the last point is, last 2 points are ammeter and this is ammeter. What is ammeter? To measure the value of electric current, we need ammeter, right? Ammeter.
So can you explain again what rheostat does?
What? Rheostat controls the flow of current. So you have 2 types of resistances, a variable resistance and variable and fixed, right? Rheostat is 2 in 1. You can use the same device either as a fixed resistance or as a variable resistance, depending upon how it is connected. Otherwise, you would have this device, right? Here you can vary the resistance. Here you can vary the resistance, but if it is connected in AB, then you cannot vary. Okay? Or if it is connected in CB, then you can vary fix whatever. Just different options. So ammeter to measure electric current. Okay, 11. Where do you measure electric current? In the circuit. By connecting in series. You have to remember very, it has to be like very clear in your head that ammeter has to be connected in series. By connecting in series. And the polarity should be appropriate. The negative side of the ammeter, it is marked on the ammeter. The negative side has to be connected on negative side of the terminal, battery or cell, plus on the positive side of the cell.
So when we need battery, you don't do that. We connect always to negative and negative to positive.
Positive to positive and negative to negative.
No, sir, in battery.
In battery what? In cell.
We connect cells
In series.
battery. When in series, negative we connect to positive.
Yes. So basically, suppose you have a single cell. This is how you connect it. So this is to make a battery. Cells are connected like this: positive, negative, positive, negative. This is what you are asking.
Yes, sir.
But when you connect an ammeter, right? So if you are connecting an ammeter, let us say. So how will you connect? This side is negative. So this is how you have to connect. Understood? Okay. And if you are connecting a voltmeter now, let us say you are connecting a voltmeter to see what is the potential difference. How will you connect? Like this. Positive negative, right? But here, which side of ammeter is towards negative? This side. Is it clear? So this is the series connection in the same wire, but here it is between 2 points. So this is a parallel connection. Okay.
It will always be above the one. So
Any load. So if you have connected the voltmeter here, it means the same thing. Is there any difference? There is no difference between this and this. These points are same points, right? Because they are joined.
So the potential difference will be same.
Yes, because between these 2 points is same only because wire have very small resistance. Conducting wire have least resistance. So it will be same. Okay, is that clear?
So if we join those 2 points, the point on the right and that point, no, that point, that would be 0.
Which point and which point?
The one on the, yes.
Yes, 0, 0. Same potential. There's no potential difference. The potential difference is when they are across. You got it, yes. Okay?
Because one should be must stand.
Exactly. Otherwise, how will there be a potential difference? Okay? So the thing is, there is still a current flowing. And you would say, how is the current flowing? Like this. There is a current flowing. So there has to be potential difference.
So
But
it
it's
has to work against no force.
no, there is a potential difference, but it is very minimal for the current to flow. Otherwise, how the current will flow? So current is flowing because it is being pushed from somewhere. You can imagine that. But between these 2 points, like at the same point, there is no potential difference. Right? You understand? So there has to be some load between when you are taking the potential difference. Otherwise, although physically these points are separated, but there is very negligible potential difference because virtually they can be treated as same point. Is it clear? Yeah. So give yourself some time for these things to settle in. These are new concepts, right? So any more questions here? So there is one more device which is not shown in the book. Galvanometer. Is it shown in the book?
So
one is voltmeter. Then you have galvanometer. Now galvanometer only tells you the direction of current. So galvanometer. Okay, so it doesn't have polarity. It can be connected anyways, right? So galvanometer. This is a voltmeter. Measure P potential difference between 2 points. Right? Okay, to be connected in parallel. Connected in parallel. Right, so series and parallel, I am deliberately using these terms because as we go ahead, these things will be used regarding the resistances. Now, this is galvanometer. So, it shows the direction of current. It shows the direction of current. Current in the circuit. In the circuit. Okay, so galvanometer shows the direction of current in the circuit. So, where is it going to end? Okay, so I think today we will be stopping here. Next class, I think we have a class tomorrow as well. I think we have a class tomorrow as well.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's a class.
Yeah. So tomorrow, I think. Okay. Too many classes in a week. So I think this chapter will be able to cover maximum portion by tomorrow. Almost we might finish it also. Because being a new chapter, it takes little time to build up the momentum. Okay. So now I guess the momentum is built. Do you have any questions? Or let it come tomorrow. So go home, revise what we discussed today. So these concepts like potential, etc., takes little time to settle in. And then we'll start racing. So Ohm's law, resistance, the combination of resistance, beating effect of current, and electric power. All right. So I'll see you in the next class. You have another lecture today?
Yes.
Assessment.
हम लोग देखिए अंतरिक्ष स्कीम का उसका यूनिट में क्योंकि बहुत सारे ये फैक्टर रहते हैं Concept question from here, past question will be past question will one question will be
और तुम लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया क्या असाइनमेंट? मैं कल तुमको दिया था और इतना पीछे जाके क्यों बैठे? एसी एसी आता है, हवा आता है। Why you don't want AC? तो पूरा तीनों लोग ऐसे ही है बिना एसी वाले। बयठो दे.
Good morning. Why all are attached to that? In fact, the more you go far, the more it will be. Okay, let's start the class quick. But you can come forward, man. But I don't suit my students going so far from me. Now I'll ask him to put it into swing. Okay. You come sit here. Even in Uday sir's lecture, I saw that corner. Because I thought he is not such a. आगे का words नहीं बोलूँगा that you have run so far. Because this child is sitting right here. It's okay. I understand. When he asked him collect the attendance sheet, I'll oh, come back. क्या हो गया था online? अच्छा. And Arya, you switch on the video quick. Just tell me what I was doing last class. Which one? Indian economy. Sectors of Indian economy completed.
You were supposed to start
Power sharing. Here. Power sharing you want me to start. History we have completed chapter 1. Chapter 2 from economics completed. So shall I continue with chapter 3 of economics? Don't want. Then you want me to start power sharing? Confirm?
Yes.
Okay. In your timetable, just check in our timetable. Do we have lectures of our boss also? Anubhav sir का कुछ नाम दिख रहा है क्या देखो? Because he might, I don't know whether he comes to this branch. Check in future lectures. This is what is done. नहीं जाएगा, इधर ही रहेगा. Let him bring. Why are you running? अच्छा तू लेकर आ. Any lectures are you seeing? Just check if at all AS name is reflecting. Yeah, I've been teaching both geography and history now with you guys. So shall we not jump into geography then? नहीं लगा? हाँ. In my lectures or any other lecture timing, AS करके नाम देख रहा है क्या देखो जरा. पक्का? Then we'll go ahead with first. So look here, what we are going to take part in. One is first we'll be taking meaning. Second we'll be going into types of power sharing. Next we'll be going into the two case study of one is Belgium. Come on quickly. And Sri Lanka. And next we'll be studying the most important Khalil's dilemma. Khalil's dilemma. What's that? Vikram Betal. Oh, you know that. So are we ready now? यार आप लोग लड़के हो कितना नाजुक छोड़ दो. So when you look into this chapter, now he's done. Yeah. Who is absent? Everyone present. Just one.
कौन कैसे पता?
ना boy or girl?
Girl
कौन है boy? But Arya is here. Who else is absent? I'm having the attendance schedule. I'm checking it. One is Jamshed. Who is that fellow? Fat fellow. I remember. And then Shraddha. Who is that girl? She hasn't joined my lecture anytime. Yeah, but Shraddha is not with Arya. She's only with physics lectures, science lectures. Okay. And I want to tell you one thing simple. We try to understand the meaning of the word power sharing. We move away from dictatorship. We move away from one person rule. Means what? Is delegating his power. What is the meaning of the word delegation? Distributing. Do you accept if I give all powers in your hand, you will be very happy? Yes, very happy. Because our power mere paas hai. I want to exercise. But you have to check with yourself whether I am capable of using all the powers. Capacity or capability to हम लोग वैसे भी इंडियन देखता नहीं है. बस powers चाहिए. But when you try to make mistakes, when you try to understand that I cannot handle all this affair, then you call X, Y, Z, मम्मी जरा help करो, पापा ये क्या है, सब मैं नहीं कर सकता है, और आपका brother या sister को तो भी मुझे help करो. So simply in economics, we understand only one thing. We call as totalitarianism. Have you heard about totalitarianism? It means all the powers concentrated. So simple to tell you. Now I'm believing in distribution. I think last 2 years of studying online, I don't know how many online tests your papa might have helped you, and how many online tests your mother might have really. But then it was power distribution. Sir, it was power sharing, sir. I don't want to write all the subjects on my own. When offline आते ही बच्चा फिर से टेंशन में आता है कि यार अभी कैसे करें. So simple to tell you that when I distribute the word power into different hands, then we try to have some confusion. You understand the word confusion? What does it mean? That if I am giving some powers to him and some powers to her, whether she is going to fulfill. But unless and until I do not give the power, how will I know? You make mistake once, second, third, then you come back. But if I keep all powers in my hand, what will happen? You become responsible free. You understand responsible free? But when I put one type of responsibility on your shoulder, then the dedication comes. D for dedication, D for determination, and D for devotion. ये तीनों D है आपके लाइफ में? अभी आएगा. So I say only one, determined to come to the class. That is okay, sir. Determined to study what देखा जाए. Although the UT is putting so much test and so many other things, but we are only there. Come lecture, sit lecture, go lecture. What is go lecture? खत्म हो गया तो जाने. So we always believe that power sharing is a new concept in federalism. power sharing is a new concept in democracy, which gives you good result and sometimes which gives you bad result also. As a good result, when the power that I've given you, you exercise it to the maximum. The power that I've given you, exercise it to the best of the best use. I don't know if many people understand the meaning of the word personality. It is a dress I am wearing. It is the language I am speaking. It is your internal behavior. Although Swami Vivekananda going to some part of US, people laughed at him. It is correct, but then 2 words could give him the thunderous applause. What was that? Dear brothers and sisters. He addressed all the Americans like that. But Americans address everyone like what? Ladies and gentlemen, etc. etc. But they never use brothers and sisters. शायद हमारा इंडियन बच्चा उसलिए morning pledge में भी बोलता नहीं है ना? So we always believe, how do I put this word power sharing into your brain? Very simple. Distribution of powers at different levels of the same government. Distribution of power between the hierarchical division of one organization. I'll give you. Distribution of powers between different people who are working in one organization. एक वर्ड मैं बार-बार बोल रहा हूँ, distribution, distribution, distribution. Why do you need that word distribution? You only come and ask me, sir, ये काम तुम करो, ये काम मैं करेगा, वो काम वो करेगा. Is it so easy? Identification is very important. Because I might have spent a whole life with my parent, but my mother till today identifies me. No. Means what? She thinks only one. ये मुंह खोलेगा, lecture देगा या तो भाषण देगा. है ना? So what does it mean? The power that she was holding in her hand at the time, now I had picked up. That's what she's angry over. Correct? Maybe the father and the son relationships are always responsibility relationship. पापा ने जो झापड़ दिया वो भी responsibility के साथ दिया, है ना? क्यों दिया? तो अभी बड़ा होना बाकी है बेटा. So we say very simple. Power sharing, I'll be giving you the meaning. Second, we'll be getting into types. I'm not taking very detail, but at least let me put all that into one by one. So the first power sharing we'll be calling is a horizontal power share. Correct? The second power sharing that we'll be dealing, it is vertical power share. The third power sharing that I'll be dealing, it is power sharing between or among social groups. You understand social groups? Yes. And the last that we'll be doing is the coalition form. Now, out of these power sharing, have you heard any power sharing in daily life? Coalition. Coalition. What is coalition? Arya, what is coalition?
So when two or more parties combine and
very good. Two or more parties join together to form the government. Maharashtra government is the best example of it. We have 3 parties forming the Maharashtra government. What is the name of the party today? Maharashtra ruling. Sanjana, alone. BJP. Oh my God, what is she saying? BJP. We call as MVA. What is MVA? Marathi Manus, come on. No Marathi Manus. Maharashtra Vikas Agadi. So coalition, I'm just putting the first one is SS. Second one is NCP. Correct? And the most important is our Rahul Gandhi. अगर नाम लेते ही सबको मालूम है राहुल, नाम नहीं सुनने का दोबारा. So we say this is the coalition. It is nothing but it is this form of power share.
Which one is
NCP? NCP is National Congress Party. We have that one-sided Sharad Pawar. Then let me explain the first one called horizontal. I put 3 organs of the body of the government of India. First body I say legislature. Second body I say executive, and third I say judiciary. Do you feel they have horizontal power sharing?
They could be vertical.
They could be vertical also. That's one. मैंने ऐसा horizontal लिख दिया तो क्या होगा? हाँ चलो अभी इसका भी आइडिया हम लोग लगाते हैं. चलो सर ये vertical भी हो सकता है. आपने ऐसे क्यों नहीं लिखा? And that's good. He wants to have a perspective with me. अभी क्या हो गया? अभी भी वो हॉरिजॉन्टली है, अरे ये क्या तूने लिखा है तो vertical. When I'm saying all three are the same level, horizontal line. Like within this class, I bring more students of 10th standard, but the 10th standard is of ICSC board. 10th standard of IB board. वो साल गुजारा ICSC वहाँ से तो बच के आया. Can I say you all are having same level of syllabus? नहीं sir, IB वाला बहुत tension है.
So CBSE and
हाँ रुको मैं आ रहा हूँ one by one. Then IB के बाद आता है हमारा ICSC, vast portions. And फिर थोड़ा बहुत ये सी का रिमोट पे करता है और ये स्विंग करते हैं. हाँ बाद में अभी याद है हाँ चलिए. ICSC पे है. Then ICSC feels we are little bit higher. What is higher? No higher. Certain topics are matching with you guys. They study extra 20-30 pages. That's the only thing. And फिर उसके बाद आता है CBSE. Not poor. एक time था CBSE मतलब great respect. CBSE में हमारा बच्चा आता कुछ नहीं वो दूसरा बच्चा. क्यों? उसको स्टेट बोर्ड से किसी ने पुश कर दिया जा CBSE में पढ़. So when I'm saying about CBSE, then I go to state board. So look about what I'm trying to discuss. If I teach separately, they are at their level. But if I put all, I cannot give you equal kind of syllabus. I cannot give you equal kind of attention. But when I'm trying to put legislature, executive, and judiciary, these are three important organs. Same level of power, but little bit difference in their functioning. Means what? Legislature makes only laws. Executive implement the laws. And judiciary adjudicates between legislature and executive. Temperature swing down.
वही करो टेम्परेचर
कितना किया 24 ना चलेगा बस swing डाल दे. Swing हो गया हाँ बस thank you. So we always believe only one thing. What is that one thing? That three are placed at the more or same level. So it is horizontal power distribution. Is it okay? Next we get into vertical. As the says vertical, Nazi was asking me if I pull vertical. If I pull vertical here, then we have three levels of government. One, central level, state level, and then local level. एक मिनट district level. उसके अंदर है. अभी तुरंत देखिए आपने वर्टिकल में क्यों लिखा. चलो हम लोग हॉरिजॉन्टल में लिखते हैं. सेंट्रल लेवल हाँ you only now can tell me. अभी भी मैं बोलेगा ये वर्टिकली है. The highest powers are with central government. According to the which list? Central list. Correct? According to the which list? State list. And according to no list. So central list they have given 97 subjects. State list they have given 67 subjects. If I give you concurrent list, they have given 47 subjects. Out of the three levels that I am showing you, which is more powerful? Central government is more powerful, no doubt. If central government is more powerful, what does it mean? It is going to dictate terms on whom? Is it correct?
supervise the state.
No, dictate बोला, supervise नहीं बोला. हाँ.
No, sir.
हाँ, correct है. Oh my God, नागपुर गर्ल, बोलिए, क्यों correct है?
Sir, no, it's not correct. Central one cannot dictate the state one, but it can overpower that state level in some circumstance.
It is always a debatable issue. Yes. Are we very good in debate? Sir, debate पैदा करने वाले हम ही हैं ना. For last 1 week you have seen the news channel. Now there is Hanuman Chalisa has gone away. Now there is a new debate going on. What is the debate? Taj Mahal के अंदर शिवलिंग है क्या? After break, please watch the channel. है ना? ज्ञान वापसी में ज्ञान वापस आया क्या? आया ना? शिवलिंग मिल गया मस्जिद के अंदर. Why I'm saying all this, I shouldn't say it on the camera, but there is something or the other. So Americans call India land of controversies. Is it happening? Yes sir. In fact मुझे जो लगता है कि ये चैनल वाला सब जगह पैसे देके रखता है, हर रोज कुछ ना कुछ ब्रेकिंग न्यूज चाहिए हमें, और कुछ तो हम लोग अपना शरीर ब्रेक कर लेंगे, बट ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है ना। अरे एक दिन में तुमको 15 से 25 ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कहां से मिलता है? Although the country like Ukraine and Russia are fighting so busy, उन लोग ने भी इतना ब्रेक नहीं किया है। हाँ, एक ब्रेकिंग न्यूज चल रही है, रुकिए बहुत जल्दी कैमरामैन जल्दी ट्यून कीजिए, और एक ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है। अरे ये क्यों इतना बड़ा? So when I'm trying to understand that word power distribution, it is from the topmost layer to the lowermost strata. In fact, Panchashil program of Pandit Nehru only created this government. वरना तो हम लोग ये दो गवर्नमेंट से काम चला। So if I say federalism, anybody understand what is federalism? We have two levels of government. One is central level and other is state level. Where is the third level? Sir, तभी आया नहीं था third level. I think 1985-86 Panchashil programs were launched by Nehru ji. Then he said state government alone cannot undertake the entire state. We need to have local. As if I'm calling a person from Nariman Point to Gansoli. Gutter problem, drainage issue. Oh, South Bombay से आ रहा है, उसको क्या मालूम है इधर Gansoli में क्या issue? But if I call a corporator who is born and brought up in Gansoli, sir, इन सब उठा के खुद ही घुस के साफ करते है ना। So local problems are unique. Local problems are specific. I can't bring a person all the way from Delhi and ask him to solve what is the auto rickshaws name inside. The auto rickshaw can make it. He will do the survey. How many people are traveling? How many auto rickshaw stands are there in the auto rickshaw stand? How many autos per day is standing? But do you think that will be taking some time? Yes. So we have created the which organ? The third organ. So when I use the word the vertical distribution, always remember it is again in India, central government, state government, and local self-government. Is it both the distribution clear? Any idea that you want me to explain more? Pakka? Arya, it's okay?
Sir, regarding to previous chapter, we still have the interdependence of president.
I haven't given the notes. Oh my God, just spoiled. I'll give it in the second lecture. That shows you how much dependent on the notes. That's a good one. Good one. Now the two power sharings we have already discussed. One is horizontal, other is vertical. Now let us go into this among different social groups. Do you think India is a country where so many social groups, ethnic groups are there? Some groups feel that we are not going to be represented in the Lok Sabha. The government turns the reservation they did. We have only one girl equivalent to 10 boys. Asking. She doesn't. Take after 5 boys, 4 and 1 old man. Arya, you are also there, na? You are there or not?
Yes, sir.
For what? So we always say unequal representation. So क्या करेंगे? Sir, इनको पे बोलो sir, representation नहीं दे, उनको special reservation दे देता है. कैसा? Boy come 15 minutes late, I really bad at him. क्यों आया? किस लिए आया? क्या लेट हो गया? Please. Sorry ना बहुत partial. है ना? When you make a mistake, I really thunderously applause नहीं, jump at you. कुछ नहीं बोलना. Arya के साथ ऐसा हुआ कभी? I shouted at her once or twice. So it's so simple to tell you, some social groups need some special treatment. We have a community in some part of Rajasthan, Jat community, and I think in Madhya Pradesh also. Whenever they protest against the government, they won't do anything. Railway track का एक track को निकाल के side में रख के बैठ जाते हैं. हाँ ये करते हैं लोग. And our fairy queen like engine is coming. एक किधर गया दूसरा? बैठो बैठो, अभी दूसरा ट्रक लगा है, नहीं निकाल के. And फिर आता है मिनिस्टर जी, क्या करते हैं? कुछ नहीं. I want the train to run on only one track. अरे यार ये क्या अक्षय कुमार थोड़ी है, गाड़ी को ऐसा करके लेके जाएगा. Means they are protesting. पहला I think वो गवर्नमेंट उनको 9% कुछ रिजर्वेशन देता था, अभी 13% रिजर्वेशन मांग रहा है. Sir, ये social groups है sir. In Maharashtra also this Marathi Manu reservation is there. We have SCs, STs, Dalit, and a women reservation. मैं तो बोलते सबको हटाओ.
49% reserved.
Reserved. Based on the merit, based on the track record, based on the performance. I got an admission into one of the degree college where I've got a little bit of good percent, close to 95 and 97. Two of my very good friends inside the college much before me, 60 plus. The greatest shock they gave it to me. तू इधर college में आया कैसे? मैं मेरा छोड़ तू इधर घुसा कैसे? Because closing percentage itself 95. वो क्या है ना मैं reservation में है? वो कौन सा है? When I was paying the fees, I was paying 9 or 15,000. He was paying only 3,000. That also after 6 months comes back to his house. The biggest fun I heard when I was trying to take a railway pass. 3 months railway pass for second class was close to I think 400 or 500. I don't remember. He will pay only 90 rupees, 90. First class pass. And वो चढ़ते समय बोलता था क्या second class, क्या reserved class, जाओ reserved class का अगर category हटा देगा per month he has to pay 900 rupees per month. Don't you think it is injustice? But क्या करेगा? Country like India gives power sharing even to whom? Even to social groups. They need it because they are insignificant. They need it because they have been done some injustice in the past. तो तुरंत मैं बोलेगा उसका जिम्मेदारी मैं क्यों ले? Government ले. Fees less, percentage less, benefits and benefits only. So when I am going to discuss that, that is nothing but power sharing among which groups? And the last one. As a coalition, as Arya was saying, more than 2 or more parties come together. Correct? For what? To form the government. To form the government. And nobody asked me, sir, why more than 2 parties? Single party is inefficient, right?
Sir, because to overcome opposition party, they have
Oh,
same goal.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं.
Any same goals people.
In Lok Sabha, we have 550 seats. The magic number a party should cross is 238. The party gets even 238, victorious. A time the Congress will be crossing 330, 370. अभी मैं कांग्रेस का नंबर ऐसा देखता हूँ. ये भी ज़्यादा है. यूपी में लोग 2 सीट जीते हैं. Out of I think 280 or 270. I mean 500 seats है Lok Sabha legislative assembly. All thanks to the most popular leader called Priyanka Vadra. What does it mean? And then also they are not accepting the defeat. Yes, we have done preferably well. Madam, क्या preferably? 2 seat लाया. But we will be continuing to put more efforts. क्या ये जगह 0 and 1 में convert करेंगे. It is not BJP becoming stronger. It is Congress which is becoming weaker. Correct? I remember Birbal's story. Somebody asked me, make this line shorter. But without erasing it, without cutting it. The whole audience, ye kya puch raha hai? So Birbal comes. Oh. So I said this was Congress earlier. And this is the future. So when I'm trying to say like this, अभी इंडिया में एक टाइम था कि सिंगल पार्टी डोमिनेंस रहता था. अभी कोएलिशन का जमाना है. व्हाट इज कोएलिशन? अगर आपके घर में मम्मी बोलते जा वो काम करके आ, क्यों? तो बहन क्या कर रही है? उसको बोला ना. और लड़की क्यों? हमेशा तो बेटा को बहुत प्यार करते हैं, उसको बोल. फिर तुरंत आप आज से ऐसा बोलने का, मम्मी जो भी काम है ना हम लोग कोएलिशन में करें. मम्मी ठीक है, आज ही एलोकेशन पढ़ा 50-50. खाते समय ब्लैकबेरी ला वो तो 100% मैं खाया है ना. So what is this coalition means? Very simple. As he was saying, like-minded people रहना बहुत जरूरी है. Like-minded किधर है हमारा महाराष्ट्र का? हिंदुत्व was शिवसेना. Congress is exactly opposite to it. Secularism. NCP किधर पलड़ा भारी है उधर जाएगी. But then also they are going very strong. Kai, it's only simple. Politics, chair politics. I'm sorry to say, Maharashtra में ये संगीत कुर्सी का बहुत चलता रहता है. हर फंक्शन में चला संगीत कुर्सी. ये क्या होता है? ये पॉलिटिक्स का ही है. जब वो दूसरा ओपोनेंट इधर उधर देखता है, हम लोग चेयर खींच लेते हैं ना. यही होता है. नहीं सर, वो म्यूजिक बजता रहता है, एक एक चेयर कम रहता है और एक एक जन ज्यादा रहता है. सोच लो सिर्फ 2 ही चेयर है और 50 लोग घूम रहे हैं. This is what is happening in India. And that 50 people want to pull each other's leg so that only 2 people can sit. नहीं सर, एक मोटा जाके बैठता है, उसके लैप में और एक बैठता है, उसके लैप में और एक बैठता है. ये क्या है सर? ये कोएफिशिएंट्स इधर है. So let us go to Sharad Pawar at the bottom, है ना? Then अपना उद्धव तो थोड़ा पतला है. Then let us put some Congress fat fellow on the top. उसके ऊपर हमारा उद्धव जाके बैठता है. Coalition form होगा. So power sharing, but power sharing between various parties, between different organizations, between different. Still you are feeling cold. You come to this corner. Both are tipping. तू अंदर भाग जा. अब तू भी चले जाओ. And तू सामने आ. Look how proudly you speak. किसको भी लग रही है? कुछ नहीं लग रही है. क्या लग रही है? तुझे लग रहा है? अरे कैप तो स्ट्रॉन्गर करना है, उसको स्विंग में डालना है. So we always believe power sharing is how many types? One is horizontal, vertical. Got it? Got it? This is what we have to learn. So shall we start writing something? Chili. Let us start. Mobile next time. Keep it in. मैं वो तो तुम्हारा मेरे ही लेक्चर में ज्यादा बचता है. Give me the volume. You write meaning power sharing. Simply means distribution of power. Are you writing?
Can you repeat?
जमशेद, ये तू कब से ऑनलाइन में है? ओए जमशेद, how long you are online? Oh, I could see. Mother is also
Sir,
there.
I'll come tomorrow or Saturday.
क्या हो गया? What happened?
Nothing, sir. Just went to.
Nothing. Many things are there. Write down. Power sharing simply means distribution of power between various organs of the same government. Power sharing simply means distribution of power between various organs of the same government. Full stop. One more line.
Power sharing simply means.
ये कौन है? Yes. Who is this girl asking to me? Oh, my voice is not reaching clearly. She is raising that. Is my voice reaching?
Yes, sir, it's reaching. But
Power sharing simply means distribution of power between various levels of the same government. One more sentence. It is primarily done. It is primarily done to prevent any misuse of power by any one organ. Underline that word, misuse. Next point, any one organ. Next point.
Sir, can you please slow down?
Why? My voice is not reaching there.
Little bit, sir.
Jamshed, your network is a real trouble, man. I think you set your network quickly. Next point.
I can hear your voice, but you are too fast.
तो lecture में भी too slow ही रहता था. I know that. When you are offline, then also. एक काम कर, do you have a typewriter in your home?
No, sir, I'm at village.
Oh, ये सब लोग आजकल village किधर बात है? And Madhav, are you able to hear my voice clearly?
Yes, sir.
Confirm?
Yes, sir.
And can you repeat that last line that you have written?
Yes, sir. It is primarily done to prevent any misuse of powers by any one organ.
Did you write, Jamshed?
Yes, sir, I wrote that point, but I want you to slow down a little bit, sir.
I want you to back to Navi Mumbai also. Kabhi?
Okay, sir.
अच्छा ठीक है मैं ट्राई करता हूँ to come back to you. Next point. And now you can start writing power sharing as PS only. PS ही लिखो because tired of writing that. PS is highly important in a democratic setup. PS is highly important in a democratic setup hyphen for effective administration. For effective administration and for effective administration and governance. You know the spelling of the word governance?
For effective administration.
And administration. Jamshed, this speed is okay, man?
Okay, sir.
And uska kya problem? And governance. This is the word. You have to write governance. Governance. Here we have missed one small heading. Then we have reasons for power sharing. We have reasons for power sharing. We have first reason. Anybody? One is prudential reason. And let us have other reason, moral reason. Can I check with you guys? Then I'll explain in depth. So let the boys take the prudential reason. Anna, let the girls take the, what do you call it? Moral reason. I will support the girls. The numbers is less. 1 and 2. Yeah, pick up. So we will have points coming from the boys. What is this prudential reasons are? Say not good. I didn't hear those. Oh, sir, come on, quick. Okay. Which is the first reason? Prudential. Come on, last person. Why? Not reading it. Reading to मैं भी करेगा ना. Let us give it to him. अच्छा, give it to him.
Prudential means careful planning on the gains and losses. It is considered for avoiding the conflicts amongst societies.
He's saying careful calculation of gains and losses. Second, reduce the conflict between different groups. Very good.
So this says that the outcomes will be good.
Which outcomes?
Like
Why you guys are so freezingly whispering? Which means
prudential reasons will bring a better outcome.
So he's saying better outcome. The other boy, girls, be ready. Hey, Madhav, एक minute. Madhav, you tell me any points for prudential.
Sir, I didn't got that.
Okay.
Positive good because it helps to reduce the possibility of conflict between subjects.
But why this prudential? I don't understand the meaning of prudential.
Prudential reason is a reason based on logic of gain and loss. A prudential reason would be a reason which says
I really like his way of talking. Good.
It says that whatever we have decided will maximize our happiness or our gain.
Okay, very good. I'm going to put it into explanation for all the 4 boys. Good. Hey Madhav, एक point बोल. Ana Jamshid बोलेगा. Jamshid, you tell me prudential. That's okay. Let's get into moral reasons.
Sir,
हाँ बोल.
what, sir?
तुम म्यूट में रहे. बहुत बढ़िया. हाँ.
Power sharing is the spirit of democracy.
Which spirit it is? Evil spirit or a good spirit? She's a good spirit. Arya, you tell me what is moral reasons are?
Sir, maintaining then harmony among the different religions
Harmony.
and caste.
किधर है harmony? मेरे पास तो यही है, सितारी है harmony.
Sir, harmony and peace.
What does harmony means, dear? I don't understand the word harmony. Harmony. You pronounce that. What is harmony? Yeah, Arya बस smile देख के कुछ answer नहीं देती. आज ही मैं बोलने वाला था. अच्छा है, seriously. I like it. Good one. Madhav, any point?
No, sir.
So 2 points as boys and girls were. I want to say.
Moral reasons emphasize the act of power sharing as valuable.
Valuable. Oh, very good. Look, I'll put it in a very simple word. The word prudential, you might have heard it in a bank called ICICI. So, bacha bolta ICICI. What does it mean? Prudential life insurance. When an insurance agent comes to the house, the first thing he'll ask you, sir, आप service में हैं या आप salary है? बोले service में. Government service. As I'm salary, आप किधर जाते रहे? हाँ, चले जाते हैं. फिर अगर सोचो, मैंने क्यों सोचने का? अगर आपका एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, फिर आपका फैमिली को संभालेगा. मैंने कहा, मैं. हाँ बेटा, मेरे जाने के बाद तू घर पे आता रहता है. ऐसा नहीं सर, इंश्योरेंस है ना, इंश्योरेंस. बोले इंश्योरेंस कैसे? सर आप आज है, बोले फिर कल नहीं है. बोले कल भी है ना, सोच लो कल नहीं है. बोला अच्छा चल ठीक है, मेरा कंपनी आपको पैसे देगा. बोला अरे मैं मरने के बाद पैसे तो मुझे अगर मनी ऑर्डर करेगा फिर ठीक है. तो मेरा फैमिली को देख के मुझे क्यों पूछ रहा है? क्या सर आप इतना तो समझ के लेना, तू भी जरा समझ के लेना. फिर मैं उसी को अपने, अगर आज तू आया, कहाँ से आया है, कल तो रिटर्न नहीं गया. क्या किधर सर? मतलब घर पे ही तुझे मैंने ऐसा धोया तुझे, है ना. अगर तू अपने फैमिली के तरफ नहीं गया, क्या करने का? तेरा इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी तेरे गले पे लटका और निकल आया. What does it mean? He's trying to convince me, sir, prudential है sir. गेन होगा सर, लॉसेस तो होना ही है. बोले तेरा कितना गेन हुआ, इतना पॉलिसी खोला? हाँ सर बहुत गरीब है, तो ही पॉलिसी खोला. And look how he's actually saying also. So when I put the word prudential, you have to understand only one thing, that gains and losses for any power sharing may calculate. If as a person is like more like a dictator, he will be losing his power, but we will be gaining his power. Am I correct? But if a person is like a very sadhu mahatma, वो अगर सारा पावर रख भी लेगा तो हम बोलेगा क्या कर लेगा. वो तो गाय के तरह बेचारा है, सिर्फ आधा लीटर दूध मांगता तो 2 लीटर देख के जाता है ना. How simple he is. But don't you think that guy can become lion anytime? हाँ sir, गुस्सा आता है ना, then thunder. So we always believe that prudential reasons are so that there are so many incidents, so many historical past, what I have shown, that you try to calculate what? With this power distribution, are you going to gain? Then go for it. So इधर आ जाना क्यों that he अच्छा इधर आ जा ये bench में बोला you only go. You sit there. You come forward here. देखो you friend only. Good. अभी उसको back को एक support भी मिल जाएगा. जा. Good boy. Good. So we were saying only one thing. The reason is called prudential. Then I get into the word moral. I always feel you might have heard or not. We have heard Panchatantra stories. End of the story, बच्चा आके बोलेगा. The moral of the story is. हमने बोलेगा मम्मी भूल गए. अब छोटा बच्चा है तो भूल ही जाए. The moral means what? You are trying to see what is the value. Value for what? When I give the power. Did I not say earlier? Are you worthy for this power? अच्छा बोलता वर्दी कुछ ना निकल 500 रुपए. हाँ हमको जाना है पार्टी. What does it mean? When I'm trying to give you the power, you have to have the need. You have to need the urgency. I think, I don't know, whenever in history we teach so many inventions, even your history and science teacher might have told you, need is the mother of all invention. Why need will be mother? Father ko kahin to nahi kara. Did we not do that nationalism? Decision. So we always do only one thing. What is the morality? What is the value? What determines your power? I have a past record. I have shown my work. I have shown my worthiness. Then you give him a power. Sorry, that example can be or cannot be for you. But then we have understood when Shiv Sena won the elections in Maharashtra along with BJP, what happened? They want to get the CM and the deputy CM chair. BJP won 104 seats and Shiv Sena only 42 seats. On the top, they want Aditya Thackeray, the future of Maratha politics, Maharashtra politics, to become the CM of the state. Can you imagine? Maybe as a dad and a son, they might have great confidence. But what about you and me? कौन है Aditya? पहला क्वेश्चन ये आएगा. Uddhav, son of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Did he prove his point? Since he is the son of so and so, he has become. Even today, there are some political party which gives you a seat as long as you do not work for that party 15 years continuously. क्या सर? इतना खड़ूस पार्टी है. हमको यहाँ से बस में लेके जाके उतार देता है, फिर गांव डिस्कशन या कैंपेनिंग, but you have to walk on your own feet. टू व्हीलर अपना पैसे से ले ले और पेट्रोल का पैसा भी नहीं दे. That is BJP. But in Congress, money power, best. Yesterday only that two Chidambarams have been again in the limelight. You know? Hey? Chidambaram was once a very popular minister under Congress government, P. Chidambaram. And his son is Karthik Chidambaram. And I don't know his wife. All the three are qualified and dignitary lawyers. It is so difficult to talk, at least with them in terms of law. But all kinds of harakari business they have. But still they are absconding because ऐसा law सामने बोलते हैं बेचारा judge भी ढूंढता है ये कौन सा section से. Why I am saying that much amount of power they have. So we always believe two reasons: prudential reason and moral. समझ में आया? Shall we write that in your notebook? Write down. Reasons for power sharing. Power sharing is mainly undertaken Power sharing is mainly undertaken with a basic and most important reason of power sharing is mainly undertaken from the basic and most important reason of prudential and moral. Reasons of prudential and moral. Then you write prudential. It simply refers to the careful calculation of gains and losses with respect to par share, with respect to the par share. Are you understanding the word? S-H-A-R-E-D. One more point, par share. Next. It reduces the possibility of any conflicts, violence. It reduces the possibility of any conflict, violence, or social instability. Political. I'm very sorry. Political instability. Next. Under this reason, no, same. Potential makes are good. Under this reason, it is the will of the majority. Under this reason, it is the will of majority given more importance but it may undermine the unity of the nation. What is unity? Who will feel dejected? The minority. Now we'll go into the moral reason. Please read the prudential reason and tell me if you have any query there.
Who?
Are you guys very tired of writing or listening or sitting?
Just written.
All the three together. Now I could see some faces looking at me. Diya, you are?
What?
Now your name?
Drishya.
What is it? Drishya.
Yeah.
Online people, you are attending which lecture today? Second, third, fourth?
So first.
Second.
Aryan attend नहीं किया इसके पहले?
Sir, second.
So मेरा first है.
First lecture, na? Then you should answer all the questions now. ठीक है. Just silently read कर लो. You can relax for 2-3 minutes. You have any queries, you can ask me. I know that 4 lectures in continuous drop is not pressure for you, pressure for me also.
So what is this? Prudential decisions are usually
contrasted with those decisions based purely on moral considerations.
So whenever I'm saying something is morally right, but it is not always right on prudential. Prudential का मतलब क्या simple है ना, gains ज़्यादा है तो accept करो. अभी आपके लिए वो gain है, but मेरे लिए वो loss. But जो loss आपके लिए है वो मेरे लिए gain भी हो सकता है. So when I'm saying morally right, that I should not give powers to a Dalit community. एक example, ऐसा नहीं होता है. It is morally right, क्यों देने का उनको? But आप prudentially बोलेगा सर आपको तो already gains ज़्यादा है ना सर, आप क्यों इतना power ले रहे हो? उसको दो थोड़ा सा. So whatever prudentially right may not be morally right also. I mean now also certain community people say that Dalit का ये जो reservation वो सब निकाल देना चाहिए. लागू किया. Very good word. He has written in the constitution it is only for a period of 10 years or so till the time these guys are uplifted. But now the politicians are of the very good view, जब तक ये नहीं मिलेगा फिर वोट नहीं मिलेगा. अभी तो वुमेन रिजर्वेशन मुझे अभी भी याद है only 26% था, पहले 16% था. अभी इन लोगों को 33% मिलता है. बोलते मुझे क्यों दिक्कत है, मैंने जाने नहीं वाला, बस बोल रहा हूँ. And this government says the highest number of women MPs in the parliament, more than 139 lady ministers. At least कुछ जेंट्स लोग का अंदर जाने का रीजन तो बढ़ गया है ना. तो जयप्रदा करके एक मिनिस्टर है, सुना है, मालूम है? अरे वाह, who is she? She's an actress. She was an actress. तो वो ओपनली बोलती है कि मैं जब जाती हूँ ना मुझे बहुत मतलब तू उधर एक्टिंग करने जाएगी. And some gents भी बोलते हैं बस ये आती है ना हमको यार पार्लियामेंट है उधर भी. हाँ उधर भी. We have a person called Raj Babbar. He is also an actor. वो भी है. ये दोनों एक ही टाइम में एक्टिंग करते थे. राज बब्बर एंड what's her name I forgot. जय. हाँ मैं जय बहादुरी बोला. और कौन है वो? अमिताभ बच्चन का वाइफ का नाम क्या है? She is also an MP. She is a Rajya Sabha MP. Javed Akhtar is an MP. उसका भी है ना 2 या 3 वर्ष उसने रिजेक्ट कर दिया. उसको मिला. हाँ राज्य सभा. Shabana Azmi. She is an MP. I can say some popular actors have got it. Saurav Ganguly has got it, but he rejected it. He did not because उसका वो heart का surgery हुआ. And Sachin, why he rejected it? Because same Raj Thakre was behind him. इसका attendance ही नहीं है, blacklist में है इसका नाम, फिर भी हर महीना सैलरी लेता है राज्यसभा से. तो सचिन ने बोला जहाँ वो जो सैलरी है मेरा आधा सेकंड का भी ऐड का वैल्यू नहीं है ना. he signs 5 to 10 crores for one ad. एंड वो ऐड का शूटिंग सुनेगा तो अब हिल जाएगा. हार्डली 2 दिन का शूटिंग. हमको कोई 5 लाख देते पर सभी नहीं सर वो भी ज्यादा 50 रुपए दे जाएगा.
बहुत लोग पॉलिटिशियन है, मतलब एक्टर.
हाँ वो oh you understand nepotism. What is nepotism?
सर वो मतलब वो ऐसा फादर पहले बहुत पेज है तो अभी उस पे
पॉपुलैरिटी का फायदा उठा के अंदर. हाँ. But you should give a good hand to that lady, Rana. What's her name? That lady, she has come out of the jail. Naveen Rana. She has challenged the present Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And she's an individual MP. You understand what is individual means? No party she has won. She's from Pune or Nashik somewhere. ये तुम्हारा ही MP हो गया. बीच में ग्रेप तोड़ने चले. Arya, who is your MP from your area, man?
Sir, I have no idea.
यार तुम चाय वाय पीते समय डिस्कस नहीं करते पॉलिटिक्स. पापा से पूछना तुम्हारा एरिया का एमपी कौन है. एंड मुझे सेकंड लेक्चर में बता दो, ठीक है? Your dad is there somewhere or gone out for work?
Sir, he passed away last year.
ठीक है. चलिए, let's understand one thing, that whenever we talk about the prudential reason, people always back whatever it is there in the, what do you call it? क्या बोलना था? Whatever that is right for moral backgrounds cannot be right for prudential. Correct? Let's go with the moral reason. Okay. Write up. So shall I allow you to write on your own? I'll just mark and give. He doesn't want that. In fact, he's running for the economics. What is that I didn't give?
Independence of study group.
I can't forget you at least for few years of my life. And he's putting in deliberate effort for that. Good one. Power sharing on moral grounds.
So we have to give the subheading as moral.
Moral reason लिख रहा है ना. Power sharing on moral grounds. Power sharing on moral grounds involves those sections of the community population, those section of the community population or the society, all comma,
Community population.
or society who can I diplomatically cancel? Okay. Who are deeply affected? Who are deeply affected? Are you writing?
Yes, sir.
Good, good, good. So when are you coming back here? Will take more time?
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, ठीक, आराम से, कोई जल्दी नहीं. Hey, when is your school reopening then?
1st of June.
Oh, and your schools? 1st of June?
13
They have not closed at all. You only told na, that your school is that. Which school it is? And what is the reason they've given? Heat waves. ये मैंने उस दिन किधर तो abroad से मेरा कोई cousin का phone है, मैं बता रहा था. देखो हमारा स्कूल इतना आजकल. तो उनको किसने बताया कि ये डेट से ये डेट हीट वेव रहेगा? बट यार तेरा स्कूल भी बहुत फेकम छाप है लगता है. खुद ही कुछ भी रख दिया और मतलब नहीं बता. So only your sections or all the sections online? All online. ऐसा तो नहीं उस टाइम के बीच में उनको डेटा फ्री मिल रहा तो नहीं some schools they want to challenge the classes. क्यों? हम लोग भी चलाता है. इधर मेरा आईसीसी का क्या क्यों? तो दे डाले सुपर इसका, दे डाले सुपर ही ऑन चल. मैं जानता हूँ निकाले सुपर ही समझे. सुपारी निकाले क्या? अरे पान का तो करना. Okay, so whatever the schools are reopening or not opening, you guys are coming to dutifully and beautifully to UT, and every Sunday you are put into the pressure. So this Sunday, which pressure you are applying? Math pressure. And what they are going to give you back? क्वेश्चन पेपर के साथ एक सॉल्यूशन सेट भी आता है ना, लेके घर जाने का. फिर राइट. ओके, who are deeply affected by the exercise of power by the then ruling government. By the then ruling government. By the exercise of power by बोला, the then ruling government. Ruling government by the then ruling government. Next. Under this reason, the question of legitimacy. The question of legitimacy. I am writing it here. Question of legitimacy. Concerning the citizens. Question of legitimacy concerning the citizens. Legitimacy concerning the citizen. Comma. यार ये comma करके क्या करता है comma. Concerning the citizens participation. Concerning the citizens participation to acquire ACQU to acquire a place in the government. Now let me explain this line. Anybody understand? Let me put up. Yeah, onliners, you got a challenge to prove yourself. Especially Jamshedji Tata.
Yes, sir.
अरे तू ही है जमशेदजी टाटा क्या?
Sir, I am just Jamshed.
अच्छा टाटा कौन है? अरे बालकनी में खड़े रहकर टाटा दिखाने का और क्या? हो गया जमशेदजी टाटा. है ना आर्या? Good girl. Could anybody can explain me from online what is this line saying? Because offline people they are saying कि sir we are tired sir. Let us pull these onliners. है ना? I feel Madhav can explain. पहला लेक्चर है ना माधव का?
Yes.
चलो फिर इसको लास्ट लेक्चर बना देते हैं. Anybody, what do you understand can tell me.
Sir, what is the meaning of legitimacy?
यही क्वेश्चन मैं भी पूछने वाला था. He is asking the prime word. Which is the question? Legal. हाँ.
So if they don't get the votes, they won't like govern the state or whatever.
Okay, if I want to explain legitimacy, very simple. I think other branch people told me, sir, there is a gap between me and my parent. मैंने बोला ये कौन सा गैप है?
The generation gap.
अच्छा, अरे बाबा, तेरे में भी है? Then to reduce the gap, मैंने उसको idea दिया. He was completely shocked. फिर पूछो क्या है? You get a mother who is just 2 years elder to you. क्यों? Possible नहीं है? क्यों? अरे तभी तो generation gap नहीं रहेगा ना? That's a great answer. As if I am asking the relationship between Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, somebody who told me, sir, husband and wife. Husband. I think sir, brother and sister. फिर मैंने बोला नहीं, mom and son. Mom? Sonia? मैंने बोला इसमें कितना शौक हो रहा है? रुको सर, मैं जरा details check करता हूँ. Then also he is not accepting. Then I was teaching history in other branch and I was asking, who founded the Mughal dynasty? Mughals only, sir. बोला हाँ मुझे भी मालूम है मुगल्स फाइंड किया, बट किसने? कोई तो अच्छा राजा था, बट give it some time. अरे क्यों? तभी भी नहीं आता मुझे. Then I told them Babur, Humayun, Jahangir, Shah. अमित शाह. बोला अरे अमित शाह किधर उधर को जा रहा है? शाहजहां. हाँ सर रुको. सर ये वो तो नहीं जो ताजमहल बना है? Look how easy quickly connect. हाँ सर, इसीलिए मुझे याद है. Then Aurangzeb, then Bahadur Shah, and after that some zakat or some then done. So why I'm selling this reason, the legitimacy has to be there. If I'm giving you some power, are you legally bound by that reason? As he was asking, I can give the power of a MP to a local person who is walking on the road. You will be very happy. Oh, car, oh, bungalow. और बेचारा एमपी चलते हुए आ रहा है वहां से पार्लियामेंट. क्या हो गया? नहीं वो 11 नंबर बस कब है? लेकिन साहब क्या हो गया? नहीं पार्लियामेंट जाने का वो कार भी गवर्नमेंट ने छीन लिया उनसे, है ना? तो अभी 11 नंबर बस पकड़ के जा रहा हूँ. सर 11 नंबर मतलब बस नहीं सर, ये हाँ यहाँ से मुझे वहां तक चल के जाने का. क्यों? जिंदगी में तू कभी चला चलो. So we always believe that when we are giving powers on the reasons for moral, whether these people have taken some power which were over exercised. You know what is over exercise? Very dictatorship kind. But now we are a part of the government. Like what Indians are faced during the British time? Operation. Powers किधर? Sharing भी किधर? कुछ भी नहीं. Only they were exercising power over us. And फिर हम लोग तो गांधी जी के सपुत्र है ना? सत्याग्रह, अहिंसा, नॉन वायलेंस, बिल्कुल इसका ऑपोजिट है। वो क्या होता है? जो भी तू बोलेगा उसका ऑपोजिट। So this moral reason gives you only one. Is the power sharing legitimate? You know what is legitimate? Legally correct? Yes. अभी इतना डिटेल में एक्सप्लेन करने के बाद देन आगे जाके पावर शेयरिंग कहाँ घुस रहा है? मैरिज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, ये कौन सा है? 6 months का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अगर पसंद है तो वो दूसरे के साथ नहीं जाएगा, मैं तीसरे के साथ जाएगा। ये कौन सा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है? सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। And there's a movie also, no? One, हाँ होता है आजकल। Sir, why do you go to America? All the facilities are कौन सा? आगे का मैं बताएं। Legitimate है क्या? ये बेचारा बहुत टेंशन में सोच रहा है। I'm just giving you an example. So we always believe it is the understanding. If Narendra Modi is exercising power over my head, whether I've given him legal power, yes, I voted for him. But can he do tabela on my head? क्या? इतना भी power exercise नहीं करने।
Until some limits.
Until नहीं, to certain limits. अगर until तो बेचारा मरने तक जाएगा, है ना? So there is always the limits are always there. I was explaining that freedom of speech and expression. I have the freedom of speech, but can I pull your freedom of speech? बच्चा बोलते ले क्लास में, क्वेश्चंस मत पूछ, पूछेगा तो भी मैं बोलेगा freedom of speech मुझे नहीं चाहिए, है ना आर्या? When the person doesn't know the answer, वो तुरंत बोलेगा, sir, last time you told me if you don't understand, you ask me again. तो बोले तो, sir, I did not understand. मैंने बोला डाउट सॉल्विंग भी आ रहा, हाँ सर वही वेट कर रहा हूँ। डाउट सॉल्विंग में क्या पूछ रहे सर? ये हिस्ट्री का पूरा चैप्टर आप 15 मिनट में पढ़ा सकते हैं। बोले चलो तो साइड में 15 मिनट में पूरा नेशनलिज्म इन यूरोप। हाँ सर, I know you can do it sir। मैंने बोला क्या रीजन से बोल, हाँ क्या रीजन से बोल रहा है? मॉरल रीजन, मॉरल कल ही आपने एक्सप्लेन किया पॉलिटिक्स में। So we always believe if you have the legitimate use of power, if you have the moral reason to support that I have got the power and I am doing good, then that is which reason? Moral reason. Is it okay? Actually ये explain करना था online है, मैंने ही पूरा कर दिया। क्या रहा जमशेद? जमशेद गया। चलिए let's proceed.
Yes, sir.
And that's a communication gap. Last point. This reason emphasizes, or this reason brings out the very act of PS. This reason brings out the very act of PS as more valuable. The very act of PS is more valuable.
Sir, my very active function.
Look how she is catching the line. Okay. What does that very act means?
Specify the act of power sharing. I respect.
Are you sure?
Just power sharing.
Just power sharing. Look, normally in some English lines now you feel very funny. The very act of you are seeing in front of my eyes. Correct, na? The very act that you are doing this activity, I don't like it. So very act means the main reason of giving the power sharing is this. Specific need, just remove the words. It just adds some extra mention stuff. And let us get into case studies now. Not case studies. Shall we get into this, or we do this in the next lecture? अभी हम लोग Sri Lanka के बारे में, Belgium, इसको दे देंगे. Hey, everyone having a textbook with you?
Yes, sir.
Good. How many are not having textbook? One. Only one. Others are having? No, this is the volume of UPE. Anybody having? Acha, Arya is having the textbook. He has gone. Jamshed is also.
No, sir, I haven't got the textbook.
You are not having Jamshed.
Sir, I
Not having.
अरे अच्छा तू गांव में है मुझे लगा घर Arya just not Arya Madhav just show me the textbook page of that particular chapter to the screen everyone could see. In fact एक काम कर can you do the share screening of that particular Belgium map colorful ऐसा share screen नहीं रहेगा.
Sir, but I can't share screen this because, sir, you can share screen the PDF if you can.
उसका मैं आइडिया देता हूँ. You have to take a mobile picture neatly, edit कर, फिर भेजेंगे. हाँ, और फिर ये कर देगा. एक काम करेंगे. I'll ask him to read the power sharing in Belgium, but I will personally do the share screen of that particular one, so that I will explain that. Come on, what is the page number?
Sir, it's page number 2. Belgium and Sri Lanka, that part.
Okay, good one. Now let us go to power sharing from our volume only. Come on, power sharing. You start. You only. From the volume. He's dreaming in his textbook. एक ही के पास है ना मैं लेकर आ रहा हूँ textbook. Don't worry.
In Belgium, the majority speak Dutch language, whereas in Sri Lanka, the majority speaks Sinhala.
Underline both the language, Dutch and Sinhala. Yeah, at least the Sri Lanka, you will be quickly understanding. Say why. Say why. Why? I'm saying say why. He is also saying why.
Because Sri Lanka is not a paragraph.
It's not a paragraph.
And it's not a point.
It is Ramayana. Where? फिर हमारा भाई नहीं हुआ क्या? है ना? If I say 2 days before only, I think our Prime Minister have gone to Nepal, Kathmandu, correct? And you are saying the Ramayana, Ram, Nepal के बगैर incomplete है. I forgot the name of the birthplace where both Ram was also born at that place, and even Sita was also born. Janakpuri. In fact, Janakpuri, if you go today also, the birthplace of Sita. You know why Sita? And what relationship what Sita is having with the Ravana? No. Na Ravana. It is the father of Sita. No, that's reality, man. You don't know. That is the tragedy of the Valmiki, that he has not brought the details. उस बंदे ने राम को हीरो बनाने के लिए रावणा के पीछे इतना डाला है. Seriously, because when Sita was born, they got a divine saying that because of this girl only you will die. And what do you call it? Ravana was the greatest devotee of Lord Shiva, and he was more gifted than Ram at any cost. But then he was becoming power crazy. अपना ही power sharing. मालूम पड़ा power sharing में रावणा का example दिया सर ने. And when Ram आया, equal power sharing. है ना? And then this girl was born, and he got a divine voice saying, because of this girl, you will perish. So Ravan क्या करता है? He gives the child to one of the द्वारपालक and says, इसको मार दो. And वो क्या करता है? ये बच्चे को कैसे मारेगा करके? He puts it in a wooden box and digs in the ground and बंद करके चले जाता. अभी बच्चा मर जाएगा. But Sita was gifted that never she will die in a fire, nor she will die if you are perished. So there is in that area there was no rainfall for a long time. And महाराजा को कोई sage बोलता है कि एक जगह से आपको हल चलाना पड़ेगा, tractor. And look how the story is getting connected. And by the time they do that plowing, suddenly the plow gets stuck. So फिर निकाल के देखते तो एक wooden box है, wooden box में एक छोटी बच्ची है, and she is still alive. And suddenly they take this child, and फिर सीता का पूरा क्या बोलते हैं ना, childhood passes there only, जनकपुर. And जनकपुर का महाराज और महारानी इनको अपना बेटी ले लेते क्योंकि उनको कोई बच्चा नहीं रहता. This is how the story starts. And 2 minutes में बता देते, then I'll put to that also. Ram only. And by the time she grows up and this वो राम जी अपना muscle power सब दिखा के वो सब करता है, and then she gets married to him. And how the story gets connected? Then due to that Kaikai, they are sent to 14 years of Vanvas, and they go there. and someone tells that Ravana that your daughter that you asked her to perish, she's still alive. I don't think so. रुको अभी तो आ रहा है, रुक जाए यार. Then रावण अभी किसको भेजेगा? हाँ, रावण अभी किसको भेजेगा? किसी और किसी को तो भेज नहीं सकता. वो शूर्पणखा को बुलाता है. And शूर्पणखा से भी सच नहीं बोलता है. बोलता है कि ऐसा ऐसा है. You go and get the details. अभी she being a Ravana Parivar, Hidimba like character, she comes and see first Lakshmana only, and she's totally impressed by the six packs might be. And she tries to do some small role play, which Lakshmana does not like it. So he pushes her to Ram. He is my brother. Whatever he says, I'm ready. The pakka. So she goes nearby to Ram, and she's more impressed looking at Ram. ये तो कम है, वो तो John Abraham है. Then अभी बेचारी उसके पीछे. अभी Ram is a very decent fellow. He says, sorry madam, I've got married. Married? लोग कौन है? वो lady उधर बैठी है. सीधा. हाँ, इसको मार के मैं बच जाता. फिर राम बोलता है, देखो, I have my better half. You better go to my younger brother. So she gets a little bit livid. ठीक है, फिर भी और एक बार लक्ष्मण के पास जाके अपना नंबर डायल करेंगे. And she goes there, and Lakshmana in anger cuts the nose. And अभी ये हिडिंबा है परिवार, she flies and goes back. अभी रावण के पास जाके ये थोड़ी बोल सकती है कि मैं डायल कर रहा था और वो ऐसा हो गया. And she gives all the wrong story. Onliners understanding all the wrong story. And there becomes Ravana the greatest. Oh, Amara Behan. And every time he comes near to Sita to say that I am your dad, but Sita है कि वो एक ध्रुव हाथ में ले लेती, बोलती है कि अगर कोई भी मेरा नजदीक आएगा उसका सर का टुकड़ा टुकड़ा हो जाएगा. And बेचारा ऑलरेडी उस बच्ची से बच के ही जिंदा है. So he is unable to say. But then the entire Ramayana is been twisted. हाँ, वही बताता हूँ. There is a other version of Ramayana. You must read. That's from one South fellow called, not South fellow, South historian. His name is Kamban. And he has written a Ramayana in which the hero is Ravana. हाँ, आज भी रावण के लिए टेम्पल है because of his greatest quality. And if you go to Sri Lanka, even today, Sri Lanka was once the most beautiful under his hands only. Have you heard Dhanush Kodi?
Yes.
That's the place from where you can directly see Sri Lanka. Hardly 40 or 50 minutes by ship you can. So that close connection India and Sri Lanka are having. So that is why we say, ठीक है, फिर मैं बोलते ही जाएगा. Let's come to this heading. तो घर जाके पूछना आज अलगेश ने नया स्टडी सुना है, क्या ये सच है कि नहीं? Seriously, अरे मालूम नहीं है, हंस रहा, सच है. So let's understand this. Hey guys, can you hear this video?
No, sir.
तो पहला अपना वीडियो ऑन करो. Where is Arya? ये जमशेद भाई तो गया लगता है. Fine and steel. Good. So now the other video comes. Okay. Hey, had your breakfast, online people?
Yes, sir.
अभी मत खाओ लेक्चर के बीच में.
सर पहले खा लिया.
अब पहले खा लिया? अरे यार तू तो बहुत सॉलिड है. चलिए, let's move this video.
Sir, I think you have not shared the sound, so we are not able to hear.
यार तेरा डिमांड बहुत है, साउंड शेयर कर, ये शेयर कर. हाँ, क्या है माधव? इधर बैठे बैठे आराम. अभी ठीक है?
Is slightly more.
Yes, sir.
Story of Belgium and Sri Lanka. Belgium. Belgium is a small country in Europe, which is surrounded by countries like Netherlands, France, and Germany. The population of Belgium is slightly more than 1 crore. Belgium has a very complex ethnic composition because Dutch is spoken by 59% of the total population living in Flemish region. In Wallonia region, 40% people live and speak French and the remaining 1% speak German. Brussels is the capital of Belgium.
Look at what they are saying. This is the Belgian. Look at that community called Bellonian. And 80% of the speak people French only. And only 20% are whom? The Dutch speaking. So let us understand what Belgium has done.
And in this city, 80% people speak French, while the remaining 20% people speak Dutch. In Brussels, the French-speaking minority community was relatively rich and powerful than the Dutch-speaking community, who got the benefit of economic development and education much later. Due to this, a number of tensions arose between the Dutch-speaking and the French-speaking communities during the 1950s and 1960s. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is an island in the Indian Ocean near the southern coast of Tamil Nadu. Its population is about 2 crores. Sri Lanka has a diverse population because 74% people of the total population are Sinhala speakers.
When you understand this, they had followed something called as majoritarianism. What is majoritarianism? Giving more powers to the majority. Whereas what Belgium has done, we can say accommodation. What is accommodation? Even 2% German people are accommodated. Okay.
While 18% are the Tamil speakers. There are 2 subgroups among Tamils in Sri Lanka, namely Sri Lankan Tamils, who constitute 13% of the total population, and are the Tamil natives of the country. Indian Tamils, they constitute 5% of the total population, whose forefathers came from India as plantation workers during colonial period.
So are you understanding? Look at that majority community. How much it is? And Sri Lankan Tamil and Indian Tamils are those who have gone from India during the British time and they've settled there, plantation workers.
Most of the Tamils are Hindus or Muslim, while most of the Sinhala-speaking people follow Buddhism, and Christianity is followed by about 7% of the both Tamils and Sinhalas.
So is it okay? That's it. You want more videos? Understood? Onliners? Okay. Now it's almost time for a break. Just read it silently when I read it for the break. And then when we come for the break, then we will do the things. So which one is following majoritarianism? And which one is following absolute one? Belgium. So which is good according to you? Belgium. So shall we all jump to Belgium today? Yes. So what is the ticket and fare? पूछा क्या करूं? मैं 2 बार गया है, दोनों बार भाग के आया है. Very costly city. Now turn to your UT volume worksheet side. How many questions? How many questions we can solve based on the portion that we have done till now? How many? 1? Tell the page number also. Madhav, tell the page number.
The second page.
Second page, is it?
Yes.
22nd, boss. Look at the first question, what it is. Yeah, we have not done. This also we have not done. The question number 3. Question number 4. Take it. Okay. And then the rest we will solve it in the next lecture. And horizontal question number 4 also. Thank you. I'll see you after the break. Okay.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Bye. क्या खेलता है क्रिकेट? गुड, देखो we have got a strong bowler also. Guys, come on quickly, onliners. इधर हमारा क्रिकेट टीम तैयार हो गया. Anyone ready to join? Madhav, ready to join? Power sharing, power sharing. चलिए, had a break, had something. So next 90 minutes you are ready to rock. बोले जय माता दी. नहीं बोले. कौन सा? अरे चलो, this boy is a real gentleman. Which is that power sharing moment? मुझे जरा इकोनॉमिक्स का वॉल्यूम दे देना. इधर ही आराम से. Guys, those who are joining online, there is a small, I can't use the exact English word, glitch in between our politics class because we are sharing economics now. Power sharing is going to economics. And the chapter that I finished, sectors of Indian economy, in that there is one topic left out. What is that topic? Okay, let me put it on the board. These are all it. Hey, onliners?
Yes, sir.
Are you understanding what I am doing now?
Economics.
Economics. But the earlier class was politics, na?
Yes, sir.
But why economics now?
Sir, because it's written in the timetable.
ऐसा माधव ने देखा टाइम टेबल में? अरे अच्छे से देख, केमिस्ट्री भी है उधर, which I don't teach. Interdependence between what and what? Secondary and tertiary. तो एक ही तो है बात. अच्छा ठीक है, एक काम करेंगे. Tertiary to secondary, correct? And primary. Yes. Okay. You put down this heading. One part of the chapter is left. Only this part is it?
Yeah.
Then we'll write this. Pick up your notebook. It is economics. One part is left. Notes. Tertiary dependent on primary and secondary. Tertiary sector receives. Tertiary sector receives ample support from secondary and primary sector. Secondary and primary sector. Secondary and primary sector. Full stop. During a busy, second point, during a busy agricultural season. During a busy agricultural season, come on. More farm loans. Bracket में क्या लिखेगा? Banking. More farm loans, banking, and transport services are required. And transport services are required. Are you understanding? And transport services are required. Next. Similarly, the primary sector as well. The primary sector as well along with she's wanted me like. Just read that sentence again.
Similarly, the primary sector.
एक काम करो, secondary sector. क्योंकि हम लोगों ने प्राइमरी का लिख लिया ना. सेकेंडरी सेक्टर as well as the primary. Depends for the supply of quick loans. Sorry, quick and easy loans. Supply of quick and easy loans for setting up of new industries. Setting up of new industries. Expansion of existing units. Expansion of existing units. Expansion of existing units and the transport services for quick distribution of and transport services for quick distribution of raw materials and finished products. See in the para, hence transport materials, raw materials and finished product. Hence, tertiary sector depends on the primary and secondary sector. Read this and tell me. Abhi, Pakka, you cross check from your volume. Is this the same way they have given? Or is it some different? Attendance sign करके उधर क्यों रख रहे हैं? मैं तो तरीका ना. जरा का एक काम तो कम कर देते हैं. पोस्ट ऑफिस की तरह उधर बाहर रख देता हूँ वो लेके. Come on, come on. Hey, you guys are a little bit disturbed with the UT timetable. Say yes.
Yes.
मैंने yes बोलने बोला तो yes बोला. Say no ना.
No, sir.
Hey, normally your school opens at 7:30 only ना?
Sir, 8:30.
अच्छा 8:30 ना? तो 1 घंटा पहले आने में क्या बड़ा होता है?
जल्दी उठना.
ये भाई सब थोड़ी देर बोलेगा 5 बजे मैं उठ जाता हूँ. हाँ.
स्कूल में 8 सब्जेक्ट पढ़ने होते हैं.
हाँ तो अच्छा है ना भाई, you are concentrating.
Diverse subjects.
Very good. Diverse subjects. हाँ, and then इधर
में मतलब ऐसे 3 पीरियड्स का एक सब्जेक्ट पढ़ना है.
अच्छा देखो, simple logic समझाओ. There it is not my opinion, your own friends only told me, but some branches 40 minutes का एक पीरियड होता है. उसमें मैडम 10 मिनट तो वैसे अटेंडेंस लेने में निकल जाता है. बाकी 10 मिनट रहता है कि इधर उधर का चालू रहता है. और 10 मिनट स्टार्ट कर दिया और बेल हो जाता है ना. देन यू आर वेरी हैप्पी. लिटरली मैडम ने 10 मिनट पढ़ाने का कोशिश किया, बट इधर क्या है, अटेंडेंस आते ही टीचर्स भी अंदर. सो व्हाट आई विल टेल यू, सिमिलर टू योर स्कूल. सो पहला 10 मिनट क्या करने का, सर या टीचर को बोलने का, सर हम लोग वार्म अप करेंगे. कैसे? जो भी टॉपिक है, जैसे मैं करता हूँ, है ना, वैसा वाला फिजिकल नहीं चाहिए. तो जैसे मैं पहला आधा घंटा आज आप लोग को ओनली एक्सप्लेन किया, डिड आई आस्क यू टू टच योर नोटबुक. देन क्या करने का, नेक्स्ट हाफ एन आवर में स्लाइड नोट्स. जैसे आज मेरा मॉर्निंग आईसीएसई का लेक्चर था, आई गेव आई थिंक 40 minutes or 45 minutes only explanation only, but then slowly you have to pick up. अभी ये मैंने देखा है when we have regular lectures for 9th and 10th. Generally 9th people who have attended us in the UT, they are happy with the 10th because वो आदत बैठ जाता है ना. But your 10th who are coming fresh, you should take the experience of your 9th. कैसे था last year का lectures. अभी ये पूरा online था. तो एक समझो कि आपका ये जो 90 मिनट्स का लेक्चर है ना, ये 2 लेक्चर एक साथ जा रहा है. कैसे 40 मिनट्स का 2, बीच में 10 मिनट का ब्रेक. I'm not going to send you out. Within the lecture only you can say put your head down and calm and cool. So you want me to give right now or after half an hour?
After half an hour.
Pakka. So you are ready to sleep. Madhav, any idea?
Half an hour later.
देखो आर्या, any idea man?
Half an hour.
I didn't hear Arya. ठीक है, आर्या का नेटवर्क इश्यू है. जमशेद तो गया ही लगता है. तो एक काम करेंगे, अभी इकोनॉमिक्स से पॉलिटिक्स में आ जाएंगे. सो पुट द हेडिंग टाइप्स ऑफ पावर शेयरिंग. तो अभी एक काम करेंगे, आई एम नॉट गिविंग यू नोट्स. ठीक है, विल मार्क इट फ्रॉम द वॉल्यूम और डायरेक्टली मैं नोट्स देके खत्म करूं. कैसे करना है? Notes is my favorite film. Thank you. The notes और नहीं देगा, I will not leave you at least for the next generation. So you write types of power sharing. The first one you write horizontal. Types of power sharing you write horizontal. That's how मैं इसके नीचे लिखने वाला था, types. So everyone remembers horizontal first one?
Yes.
Any idea?
All the powers that were
Legislative,
judiciary.
अच्छा एक काम करेंगे. Let us pull Divya na. Drishya. Show me that horizontal. हाँ, good. Vidura. Next is you. Aram se camera. Horizontal only the picture that I've drawn. हाँ, Aram se. Next you are be ready. हाँ, ये भी
ये पता नहीं.
हाँ बिल्कुल लेजिस्लेचर. तो क्या तू ऑनलाइन में क्यों था? दैट आई डिडंट गेट इट.
Sir, I was
कम बैक. क्या एकदम राजस्थान स्टाइल एट एंड ऑल दैट. So is she correct? Horizontal. Okay. Make a box ना rectangular. तो तुम्हारा ट्रेन का डिब्बा नीचे क्यों बना? But you have to draw like this matters.
Yeah.
या मतलब काय म्हणजे काय रे मराठी माणूस या म्हणजे काय? Yes. ये आवडेल. या म्हणजे yes. कमी. मुझे लगा या म्हणजे काय म्हणतात तुम्ही मराठीला?
Sir, yeah means come.
आर्या. येस मराठी माणूस. येस आर्या बोलिए. आर्या बोलता भी है फिर चुप हो जाता है. वो मैं बात सिंपल.
ऐसे.
अच्छा तो थोड़ा सा वर्टिकल दिखाएगा तो अच्छा रहेगा. हाँ यू कर. You show me coalition form. And then the last boy, huh? Coalition form. But this is not a part of our syllabus. तो मैंने example दिया. Wait. You write what is coalition. अच्छा, you get prepared. Are you ready for coalition?
Sir, I will do vertical.
Vertically कर. जो करने का. So little bit you become active now.
Shivsena, NCP and Congress coalition.
What is NP?
Maharashtra.
Most valuable additional place.
Agadi.
Opposition बोलता है महाविकास पिछाड़ी. हम बोलते ना आगाड़ी ना पिछाड़ी.
आगाड़ी मतलब आगे होता है.
हाँ मराठी में वही बोलते ना? अरे तो नहीं, फिर बोलना होता ना भाई तू। अरे you are a Maharashtrian person?
Yes, sir.
Then what does this Agadi means, Arya?
Sir,
ठीक है जाने दो. I also don't know.
difficult.
Yes, last person. I heard Agadi means going ahead. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. A type of, yeah.
काय तुम्ही मराठी माणूस असं काय?
Yes.
हाँ. No, you write. वो ऐसे डरा रहे तुमसे.
But we have to write this.
No, wait. Here people wanted me to make them more energetic. हाँ. इधर आ.
Sir, example ना.
जो चाहिए लिखने का लिख, but लिख. सुप्रीम कोर्ट होता है ऐसे का. अच्छा ठीक है. That's right. Let it be. I just going to teach judiciary now. In Parliament. इतना ही है सोशल ग्रुप. Good boy. संभल के इधर कैमरा साथ में लेके जाए. Madhav, will you write something from there? Ele. Arey, pick it. Arya, you need the marker?
No, sir.
पक्का? अच्छा उधर से कुछ लिख के फिर हमको WhatsApp में, हमको Zoom में भेजो. Madhav also. So so we need to tell you only one thing. What is that one thing? Said whether it is horizontal, whether it is vertical, or whether it is the social groups, and we didn't do the coalition. Correct. Power sharing always differs from the different situation. When I'm saying coalition, certain coalitions are very successful. Some coalitions are right from the very next successful, they are not. Correct? Because you have to match the interest and aspirations. I feel you guys are the best example of highest interest.
Can coalition be termed as working in a teamwork? Can it be classified that?
Teamwork where each are trying to bully each other. Are I written? Kidhar gaya? That's okay, good. So we always believe whether it is horizontal, whether it is vertical, or whether it is social groups, or whether it is coalition, there should be some legitimacy. You have accepted that word legitimacy? Legality. What is legality? Power sharing based on two reasons that we have already done. Which reason? Moral and prudential. So अभी हम लोग पहला horizontal लिखेंगे, correct है? चलिए, start writing horizontal. Write the first one horizontal. Horizontal PS, political science. Mainly because it allows. Mainly because it allows powers to be shared. It allows powers to be shared between different organs of the same government, placed at underline same.
But can you repeat from start?
तो जरा वॉल्यूम ओपन करेगा पेज नंबर 4 में.
Okay.
Hey, you come for math and science here, Madhav?
No, sir. I go to Nerul branch.
Achha, but you come. But I've never seen you, Nerul.
Sir, I go there.
Have you seen me?
No, sir.
तो मैंने भी तुझे नहीं देखा है. Right now, It is on page number 4. Look at the first line. It is the same thing I'm giving. Did you see horizontal?
Yes.
अब वही है. Place that same level. Full stop. Second point. In case of India, it is observed when WH legislature, executive and judiciary. Legislature, executive and judiciary. Legislature, executive and judiciary shares their power. It is there on THEIR. As per. AS. No, I don't say as. As per constitutional provisions. As per the constitutional provisions. Constitutional provisions. Full stop. Next sentence. It gives rise to a balanced distribution of power. It gives rise to a balanced distribution of power between such organs. It gives rise to a balanced distribution of power between such organization. Look, I've given very short, but I think very effectively I've given. So please, you can compare and contrast what is there in the volume and what is there in the book, and tell me which one you find easy. अभी तो बोलेगा मेरा difficult लगता तो मैं उधर छोड़ देता हूँ. क्या? हाँ? अच्छा है. Hey, come on, guys, read and tell me. I went, left you a little bit early, 1 or 2 minutes, then I went in and said, I saw you guys. I thought you guys are trying to make a pitch out of that area. ये ना बाजू में ग्राउंड भी है, मालूम है? स्कूल ग्राउंड में कुछ नहीं है. हाँ तो अच्छा है ना, मैंने इधर अभी परमिशन मिला है. Good, no problem. You can bring that badminton also. That will be easy. Private करने पर अंदर आ. I remember I was in my 8th standard. I stopped, taking tiffins to the schools. Tiffins नहीं लेके जाता था, and half an hour, 25 minutes का break रहता था, the period. And that full we will be so sweating in football. हमारा miss, where did you? Football. Then why? The break था. Then फिर कभी-कभी तो हमको याद है हम लोग अनुशिष्ट नगर में, हाँ. So full will be sweating and rainfall का मतलब हमारा वो recess का period तो हमको मैम बाहर भगा देती. बस पूरा कीचड़ के साथ पूरा शर्ट को धो डाल के जाना. Get out of my class. Thank you, ma'am. वैसे भी 4 period कर भी the message was sent to the parents फिर वो आके वो दूसरी बात, but full खेल के लेने. Rainfall मतलब full मजा है ना? चलिए read on and tell me. So shall I ask you to write vertical? No.
Yes.
Try to करो. ठीक है. Since हाँ. So through volume only, I am also using the volume. ठीक है. Write down and give it. This is very important. Vertical power sharing.
Horizontal में बस एक ही paragraph.
Which one? For horizontal you are asking?
Yes, sir.
But I think one para is enough now. If you want to write more, you can pick up from the volume man. You want more notes, Mother?
No, sir.
तो फिर ऐसा पूछ रहे जैसे
So
कि
just
मैंने
confirming.
हाँ उतना ही है. Rise on vertical, also known as federal form of power sharing, also known as federal form of power sharing, also known as federal form of power sharing, in which also known as federal form of power sharing, in which power is shared between the highest to the lowest level of government. From the highest to the lowest level of government. Full stop. Next point. Under this setup, government at central level, government at central level carefully calculates the level of powers to be distributed. I'm giving something new which I haven't given to any other course. Sir, is inside this. Yes, sir. In my lectures, any noise came out?
Yes.
कौन कर रहा था वो? At least I try to keep them to their place level. To be distributed amongst their subsidiaries. You understand what are subsidiaries? Highest to the lower, between their subsidiaries. और ब्रैकेट में लिख लो लोअर लेवल. क्या आ रहा था? इतना मस्ती का आवाज आ रहा था. खैर इतना मस्ती का आवाज आ रहा था. मैडम was teaching. My voice doesn't reach there.
अरे सर बोल रहे थे वो बहुत ज्यादा मस्ती कर
इतना मस्ती का आवाज आ रहा था क्या? तो आ जाओ कभी अंदर. And there are some lady teacher who comes now. They are tortured. Once I called one of the parents. तो तब से बेचारा वो चुपचाप बैठा. मतलब मस्ती नहीं करते हैं. अभी जैसे इसने कुछ बोला ना फिर ये बोलेगा फिर वो बोलेगा फिर ये बोलेगा फिर बोलेगा. उसका वो पूरा एक ही स्कूल का ग्रुप है. लड़के हैं सबसे इन्वॉल्व है. हाँ वो तो क्या है देखा है. Write the next point. Federal structure of government. Experience. Federal structure of government experience such power sharing, where central, state and local self-government, कोऑर्डिनेट्स एंड कंट्रोल्स, देखो मैंने केयरफुल वर्ड यूज किया है, समझा? कोऑर्डिनेट्स एंड कंट्रोल्स, the whole administrative process, the whole administrative process, underline the word coordinates and controls. One more sentence. We will maintain our calm and cool. It is vertical in nature. It is vertical in nature because the higher authority can I use the word entrusted with? बोलेगा नहीं चाहिए, स्पेलिंग में आता। Okay. The higher authority is entrusted with, मतलब given with, वैसा बोलेगा, हाँ?
Trusted.
हाँ ये en, trusted अलग है, with,
Entrusted.
हाँ,
भरोसा,
भरोसा, वो नया रेस्टोरेंट का नाम है, entrusted with higher, एक काम करो, higher मतलब, more powers.
In bracket.
No, right outside only. Entrusted with more powers than the second level of government. Second level of government. Full stop. As in India. Same. Central government enjoys 97 subjects. कौन सा लिस्ट हुआ? Central list. State enjoys 47 subjects. As per the constitutional list. State enjoys 67 and central enjoys 97 subjects.
Sir, is it 47 or 67?
Concurrent is 47, man. Did I say 47 earlier?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry. 97, 47,
67.
67 to 47 concurrent list. वो मैं नहीं दे रहा हूँ, ठीक है? हाँ, that's it. Now write the next. PS among social groups. PS among different social groups. PS among social groups, different social groups. While writing, something is getting into your brain. समझा? तो ऐसे क्या हुआ? पूछो तो सही उसको। सोशल ग्रुप्स की जगह से मैंने एलसी लिखा है। एलसी का मतलब सिंगापुर ग्रामीण ग्रुप है। राइट आप ठीक है, पूरा शॉर्ट फॉर्म लिखो, 2 दिन के बाद खुद ही पूछेगा ये एलसी क्या है। And there was an English poem, I don't know, a poem or a chapter where a person is living alone in his life and is very bored with the life. क्या करता है? अभी क्या करने का ना? बेचारा सुबह शाम एक ही घर में रहता है, तो he keeps changing the names of the articles. Initially, of the objects and the articles in his house. बेड को रेफ्रिजरेटर बुलाता है, रेफ्रिजरेटर को वॉशिंग मशीन बुलाता है। Initially देखो जैसा आप initially friends व्यक्ति refrigerator, he will go and sleep. That is bed. Washing machine, he will go and do some other machine. Is it? So initially he felt so amused. एक स्टेज में ऐसा आता है, he forgets the original name. तो किसी ने बोला, what are you doing? I am sleeping over a refrigerator. अभी ठीक है, वैसा स्टोरी आगे न बढ़ जाए। इतना शॉर्ट फॉर्म, and he is hiding it. It's okay. Because the heading is there. He's making a keys also. अगर एग्जाम में भी पूरा शॉर्ट फॉर्म्स लिखने का और ये कीज बना के टीचर को दे देने का और टीचर मार्क लिस्ट कैसा शॉर्ट फॉर्म निकाल दिए ये कीज बना के तुमको भी टीचर मार्क लिस्ट देंगे है ना हाँ करो बट थोड़ा काम करो लेट्स अस गो इनटू खत्म कर लो आशी के फुवारे that's right look now pass sharing is also observed ps is also observed